Loving the Demon, Demons of Protheka Book 2 by Celeste King, a dark fantasy demon romance. Chapter 1. Laura. A guard tosses me into another cell, and I land with a wet slap against the stone. Shackles are tightened around my wrists and ankles, securing me to the floor by a length of chain. After what they did to me, I can hardly move, every inch of my body searing with agony. I couldn't fight them if I wanted to, not that I could. Demon voices roll over me, most of their words I can't be bothered to comprehend. I curl into a ball as the cell door slams shut. "It's a pity," one of my captors says. "Let's hope the others are viable." Maybe they think I've passed out. I can't keep my eyes open, but they stand outside my cell as if their voices won't reach unwelcome ears. And maybe they can't, down here. The demon sorcerer that nearly tore my soul out of me speaks next, his voice deep and grating. "The king will not be pleased. Can I trust you to inform him?" The first shifts on his feet. The king. He's impossible to forget. We spoke long before I ever saw him, and when I did, I was taken aback. Yet he always had a soothing voice, one that put me at ease when he promised me Protheka and the annihilation of the Dark Elves. But Cora was right about everything. "Yes, of course," the first finally says, the sturdy thunk of a spear against stone, its reverberation making me cringe. I have to wonder what he'll have us do with this one, though. It is too much effort to maintain them, and I don't expect they make very good pets. She will be disposed of somehow. It's a casual observation, one that hits hard. Tears spring to my eyes as the sorcerer continues. "It's not your place to concern yourself over her. Not any longer. I haven't eaten in nearly a day, and am relieved of the fact when I start to retch on an empty stomach. Broken sobs escape me as my body lights up with agony again. The sorcerer said it wouldn't hurt. How wrong he was. When my fingers clench, every sinew and strand aches as if I worked in the mines for days without rest. I ball my hands up to stifle my weeping, movement begetting more pain than I deserve, despite everything I've done. A steady drip in some distant corner of the dungeon keeps track of time for me as the conversation continues. "And the others?" "I'll get to them." The sorcerer sounds irritated, but it's impossible to tell the emotions of demons. They're short-tempered and quick to snap at the best of times. The king has spent a lot of resources to procure them. It would be a pity if they were all sterile. The guard issues a little chuckle. "More fun for us." The sorcerer says in turn. "For you, perhaps, if you're into that sort of thing." I voice my opposition to the king, but you know how he is when he sets his sight on something. He wouldn't listen and sent the kennel boy down there anyway. It was too dangerous. 5 Sosgaroth could have done the same in half the time. And we wouldn't have risked being caught by the inhabitants. The guard scoffs, their shadows cutting across the uneven stone as they pass to the exit. "You'd have left a crater in the continent big enough to alert all their armies to our presence here. I've seen your magic in play, conjurer." "How wrong you are, Trollvor." A heavy wooden door squeals open. "When next we set foot on Protheka, we'll make it our own, just as the king demands." "Until then," the guard counters, his voice echoing down the long hall, "we'll have to satisfy our boredom with sport in the arena. I don't think that one will last long against a Gilak." The sorcerer chuckles. "Likely not." They continue their conversation, but I can no longer make out their words as the door closes behind them. I lever up on my elbows, trying to pass things out in the dimness. They didn't even bother to leave a torch for me to see. I'm nothing to them. Less than nothing. I think I hear sobbing in the distance, the sound of women wailing and crying, though it could just be my guilty conscience. I did this to us, I tell myself, dropping my forehead to the damp stone floor. If I hadn't believed his beautiful lies, we'd be back on Protheka under the Dark Elves' rule. At least then, I'd know that Matt and Beth were safe. Instead, I am left alone to grieve my choices, and the choices I stole from my friends. Cora could barely look at me when she found out. I thought maybe I could make a deal with the King of Demons for the protection of our family on Protheka. But it turns out I have nothing to offer. How silly of me to think otherwise. I clutch my stomach, wondering if the sorcerer, the Sosgaroth, was right about me. I have never tried to have children of my own. I didn't see a point in the work camps, and the Dark Elves didn't covet me quite like they did my sister Cora, but I also never raised my voice against their practices as she did. I learned how to blend in early, where she defied expectation and demanded better treatment than we were given. She never surrendered, and it was her greatest boon. Even here, among monsters, she ensnared a fierce demon of her own. He may have played at mastering her, but the way she accepted his kiss, I know my sister better than that. She couldn't have faked the affection in her actions or her bright and soulful eyes. She loves him, and in my own miserable way, I'm happy for her. I can only hope the others are so lucky. For my part, though, I don't even entertain the notion of redemption. It's too late for me. My life will be lived out in this cell, and then given to whoever decides to cut it short. Whether it be a Trollvor, a Sosgoroth, or one of those Gylax they mentioned. I squeeze my eyes shut and try to get some rest. After a time, one of the jackal-headed demons clangs on the bars to wake me. "Dinner," he growls, dropping a heaping plate of slop just outside the bars. I'm starving. I don't even think about it when I reach, the chain halting my motion with a sudden jerk. My fingers barely scrape the stone next to it. I tug against the restraints anyhow, pain lancing up my arms at the effort. The guard's upper lip curls as if in amusement. He could push the plate an inch forward, and I'd be able to reach it. He could show mercy, but I'm not sure they're capable of such a thing. "Please," I beg him, my voice ragged and parched. "I'm so hungry." "Pity," he says, chuckling at my predicament. Fresh tears come, as if I have any water left in my body. My eyes are blinded as the shadow leans over me. Is it true, what they say? He doesn't wait for an answer before speaking again. That humans will do anything for their masters. I nod my head vigorously. I don't care that he's leering. Starvation and survival have gotten the better of me, and maybe I would do anything to live another day, even though there's little to look forward to in my circumstance. "Yes," I whisper, catching the bars and trying to lever up. "Yes, I'll do anything. Just don't leave me like this. Please." "Good," he murmurs, kicking the plate over so that its contents hit the ground between the bars. "Eat up. You have a big day tomorrow." I hardly hear him as I shovel the food into my mouth with bare hands. It's strange and foreign, hardly more than unflavoured meal that's been soaked too long to create a grey paste. But it's something. I can feel him staring at me, disgusted at how I'm eating, but they've given me little choice. I can't afford to consider what I must look like, scraping the slop from between the grooves of the stone so to lick my fingers clean. He issues a grunt before leaving, slamming the door behind him. In the quiet of my cell, I slow, reflecting on what I've become since the King of Demons called out to me. It was through visions that he first contacted me when I tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. His words were a soothing presence, one that promised a better life for me and my family, if only I did exactly as he said. At least in the camp I had dignity. If I minded my own and kept my head down, I could live another day without being targeted by our dark elf masters. We could grow food and eat at a table like civilized slaves. Here, all I've seen is strife and suffering, much of it caused by me. My fingers are still sticky with the meagre meal, and I haven't seen a bath in over a week. My hair is matted and dull, and my skin itches from the ever-present filth of the cells. When they finally let me out into the daylight, I will be a stranger to the sun, and when the fullness of the food subsides, I'll grow cold again. I curl up tighter to keep the warmth in and close my eyes. Maybe I'll dream of someplace better.
Chapter 2. Rej'thorek. The gates into Teelith are closed. I roll my eyes as we come upon the reinforcements. "Do you see this?" I ask of my numerous companions, all Volvoth servants and eager little Zonak that waddle underfoot. 2 Trollvor carry my kill, a 10-foot-long razor fiend from tail feathers to breast, between them lashed to a hardy stick. We are on a floating island, leagues above the continents of this wretched planet, and they still insist on closing the gates. Several laugh at my observation. "They did not forget you, my prince." "They better not have," I say, annoyed at how amicable the Volvoth are. Thonir would have clapped me on the back and told me to get my head out of my ass. Instead, I'm surrounded by creatures who fawn and grovel, then scowl when my back is turned. Do they think I don't know? I do miss Thonir. Next time I will insist he joins me on the hunt, though the sport leaves much to be desired. The island of Galmaleth is running out of wild game. Such a fine acquisition, one of the Volvoth demons says, and I anticipate a healthy measure of slavering. I'm not disappointed. It must be the largest I've ever seen up close, and when you struck it down with the heel of your Kopesh. Incredible. One of the Trollvor waves down the wall guards, and the tall gate begins to crank open. We step through into the bustling streets of Tilith, my home since before we came to Protheka. If you wish to suck my cock, I say over my shoulder, just say so. The others laugh at the target of my jibe. Next time, another says, braving my sour mood. You could clear out a nest of howler beasts if you're so inclined, my prince. I've heard they've overtaken the southern part of the island, and it might offer a better challenge for one of your skills. Maybe, I say. I don't like the servants advising me, and I won't be seen entertaining their ideas favorably. But a writhing nest of howler beasts does sound like a good bit of fun, if only for a day. I'd much prefer to explore the continents below. I've heard they have a great many beasts down there. Yes, says the first. My brother is a Sosgaroth, a scryer for the king. He's seen many such creatures, some with 2 legs even, and tails and tusks and tentacles. He told me there are whole civilizations full of green men, ones with big, ugly... The Volvoth carries on, regaling the others with vivid imagery of the world below our feet. Green men, I think with amusement. The concept sounds outrageous. I could imagine sweeping down there and fighting a whole army of them, forcing their leader to yield, then bringing one back to prove my victory. Yes, I say, interrupting his spiel. When I destroy their leader, I will make one of those green men my pets. Another round of laughter. I didn't know you were into men, Rej'thorek. A chill crawls up my spine at the sound of a delicate yet cutting tone of a familiar matron. But that would explain a great many things. I whip around, fully expecting her to be alone, though I'm not sure why. Matrons never leave their domiciles on their own. They'd rather be surrounded by devoted lovers, and often are unable to make it to a private room before an orgy breaks out on the street. Yadina is not alone. Apparently she is still capable of dragging demons to her bed, and she has 7 males fawning over her. She has chosen them to make me jealous, I'm certain of it. You must have misheard me, Matron Yadina, I say, just as cutting. Or perhaps you're confused at the purpose of a pet in this context. I don't tend to fuck mine. My entourage chuckles behind their hands, and for the first time all day, I'm glad for their company. It brings a little rouge to Yadina's pale cheeks, and her mouth turns down. Her lovers can sense her shifting mood, and one tries to calm his mistress with a touch. Yadina slaps his hand away. Always the tease, aren't you, my prince? She breaks from her group and comes to me, her hips swaying dangerously. And if she were any other matron, I might be taken by her stunning looks. She is young and quick, with polished curved horns that sit close to her skull, and a petite frame, the shape of her hips defying her diminutive stature. Even the silk chemise hangs dangerously open, as if she couldn't be bothered to close it. You know, she says, leaning in confidentially and walking her fingers up my leather vest. I'm a forgiving soul, but you have to apologize first. I am a prince. I don't apologize. She doesn't like that I can tell her no, as I have many times before. She's a matron, used to getting her way with any male she sets her sights on. The demons around her now would be killed if they deprived her of desired attention or gave her too much. Only me and my brothers could ever rebuff a matron's advance. I lean in further, taking in her redolent scent. Fuck off, Yadina. Her jaw tightens and she snaps back as if I struck her instead. But her expression cools instantly for something demure and crestfallen. She never gives up, and that would be a boon in a soldier, but she is a matron, and they are as conniving as they are cruel. You hurt my feelings. Good, I growl, growing fed up with her games. I have told you not to acknowledge me in public, or harass my servants, or come anywhere near my estate. And with such big ears, I figured you could hear a little better than that. She moves to touch the crest of her ears unconsciously, stopping herself all while looking a little horrified. You have such a cruel tongue, Rej'thorek. After everything we shared. We shared nothing but your bed, and it hardly impressed me. In truth, she is a wild thing, fierce like an Urgan hound in heat, and so very willing and generous a lover. But she wants something from me, something I am not inclined to give her. Like most, Yadina intended to use me. Anything she says is a sweet little lie to get me to give her a child born into a title. Male or female, it would be highly valued in Tilith, though it would never rise to the throne. Several of my brothers are eagerly working towards that goal with a host of their own matrons, but it is not a task for me. Yadina knows that, and still, she tries to break me down until I give in. I'm afraid I might, if only to conquer something untamable. Matrons are the last true quarry on this damnable island. She plays at offense briefly, before flashing her beautiful white teeth. Everything she does is an act, a game. I don't think she's capable of feeling anything other than a deep hunger that threatens to swallow everyone around her. Yadina links her arms around my neck, ignoring the blood on my front and pressing herself against me. Reg, don't be like this. Stop it, I warn her, catching her by the narrow shoulders and setting her back a step. I've told you I'm not interested. Fury flits across her face before she masters it. I will have you, she coos. One way or another, you'll give me what I want. She's not even being subtle any longer. Never, I say, curling my upper lip in disgust. Even entertaining such a notion is a repugnant thought now that she's boasting about one day winning me over in the middle of the city. For my reputation, I can't give in. If you don't quit, I will have Trollvor guards watch your every move. You won't be able to sneeze without me knowing. Her smile widens. I like the sound of that. You, having me watched. Every dirty little thing I do, being whispered in your ear. She passes her hands down her front in a seductive gesture, so that even her entourage can't hide their obvious desire. You know how to make a demon sweat, Reg. I grit my teeth. Everything I say, she turns around for her own benefit. I may just have to live with the fact that she'll never leave me alone, so long as we both still live. Instead of engaging her, I storm in the direction of my home. But I cannot shake her so easily. Rej'thorek, she says more sharply than before. You will be mine. Good luck, I think, ignoring the impulse to snap back at her. She gets under my skin, that one, never letting up, never leaving me alone. Whenever I turn around, she's right there, ready to make my life a living hell. Even as my entourage breaks up, several Volvoth trail behind me, glancing back occasionally to see if Yadina is following. My prince? What is it? Maybe you should give her what she wants, he murmurs, so as not to embarrass me. He knows better than that, but not well enough to avoid my ire. Would it be so awful to just... I catch him by the throat, lifting him off his feet. I want to crush his neck in my grip and watch the light go out of his eyes. Instead, I'll leave him with a warning. Yadina, I say slowly, enjoying how he struggles for air, wide-eyed, is a creature I want nothing to do with. When I release him, he hits the ground hard, gasping for air. I look down at the servant and bare my teeth. If you know what's good for you, don't ever suggest such a thing again.
Chapter 3. Laura. A violent clang jerks me out of sleep. Wake up, little human, comes an unfamiliar snarl. Another one of those metal plates hits the ground again. It's your big day. I'm curled up in a dank corner of the cell, shivering from a sleepless, frigid night. My eyes are heavy as I stare at the demon, who seems to grow irritable and runs his bludgeon along the bars again to make an awful racket. "I said wake up," he repeats. "Some of us bet a lot on you, so you'd better eat." I say nothing. He snarls, then spits in my direction before storming out. Once the door is shut, I can barely make out my surroundings again. The Sosgaroth's magic has faded, leaving a dull ache in my limbs, but it's the food that got me last night. I couldn't keep it down. Now, the smell of it is rancid to my nose, threatening to make me hurl again. I feel like an empty husk, clinging to sanity by my fingernails, the guilt always threatening to drag me under. This is my fault. It's all my fault, I realise for the 1,000th time. My thoughts are my only companion down here, save for the occasional demon sent to check on me. It's difficult to tell time. The Trollvor claimed it was daytime already, but I have no way to tell on my own, except for their wretched food that seems to be delivered at regular intervals. My eyes stray to the plate, and I nearly gag again. My mouth is parched, and my tongue is stuck to the roof of my mouth. I won't last much longer like this, but it sounds like it doesn't matter anyway. It's my big day, I think, unable to even cry any longer. My sight goes blurry anyway, but I blame it on the dust. I rub them, only making the burn worse. Time drifts unnoticed in this place, and what I thought was minutes turns into hours in the blink of an eye, and the guards are back. With my ear pressed to the stone, I hear their footsteps long before they reach my private dungeon. Their voices, however, are distant and muffled. It's only when the door opens that I can better hear them. "This is the one?" The Sosgaroth confirmed it. 3 sets of eyes are on me. 2 of them are the jackal-headed demons, the Trollvor as they prefer to be called, and 1 is a grey-skinned male with horns. They haven't given me a name for these ones, but they more closely resemble the dark elves, with sharp eyes and ears. It's their horns and skin that give it away, though, as if the 13 decided they didn't deserve colour and painted them in shades of grey. I haven't seen many of these ones down here, but they seem to be in charge of all the others. This one studies me with some disgust. "Open the cell!" Despite his lack of colour, he himself is wearing a bright red coat, finely crafted with golden stitching and a set of tails trailing behind him. He looks ridiculous, like he belongs in a circus. On his arm, he carries a cane to match, though it doesn't appear he needs it for walking. For whipping, more like, I think miserably. The Trollvor do as they're told, and crack open my cell door. They hesitate as if waiting for another order. "Well," the demon barks, his handsome mouth turned down. "Get her out. The show's about to begin." "Yes, Agilis," they murmur in union, the bigger one entering the cell first. His nose curls as soon as he nears me and drags me upright. "She's filthy." "It won't matter," Agilis says. "She's a novelty. The crowd will love her, at least until the Gilak gets a hold of her." I don't have the strength to remain upright, so they hoist me between them and carry me out. Their hands are secure, but I can tell they don't want to touch me. I don't blame them. I'd have crawled out of this body a long time ago if I could have. Instead, the gods decided I deserve a slow death in their arena. Torchlight blinds my sensitive eyes as they drag me through a long hall. At the end, I think I see something brighter. Daylight, perhaps, but it's not even, flickering wildly as if an electrical storm is brewing. I let my head drop forward. There was an electrical storm that first day too, the day the demons came from the sky. The storm came first, swallowing the dawn. I felt my hairs rise on my arms and up, to the little hairs on the nape of my neck. I thought I knew what was coming. I had no idea. "Wash her down," says Agilis. "The Sosgaroth said she had golden skin. I want to see it before the show begins." "What about these rags?" "Leave them. There's no point in dressing a corpse." I'm taken to a side room, where I can hear the distant pounding of feet. Not just a small army, but a massive crowd, no less than 1,000. I hardly have time to process before I'm dunked in tepid water, the dirt running off me in brown rivulets. Some drip down from my hair and into my mouth. It's the first drink I've had since I arrived in this demon city, and I accept it. "Disgusting," one of them snarls, dunking my upper half into the water again. It's only briefly that I can't breathe, sucking in water and gulping it down. When he yanks me back out, the air feels fresh and clean. Or maybe that's me. They discard me on the red earth floor, and I hear Agillis's voice again. Leave her for now. I'll let you know when we're ready for her. The Trollver mumble their ascent and exit, locking the door behind them. This cage is new, and not exactly a cage at all, just a room with the persistent pounding of feet above me and a muffled cheering I can't quite make out. I rise to my unsteady legs and find the bucket of water, scooping up handfuls of brown liquid and bringing it to my lips. I might have been revulsed by the creature I've become, not too long ago. Now, I cherish every sip of this filthy water, my once blonde hair hanging limp, tangled and brown with grime. Any self-respect I might have had is replaced with the animal instinct to survive, even if they mean to make sport of my corpse. When my stomach is swollen with water, I stumble to a low bench and rest my head on the cool stone wall. I try not to think about what's coming next. Instead, I think about Cora, wondering if that demon is treating her well. She deserves a good life, after everything we've been through. I was too young to remember, but she always told me how she protected me from the dark elves who killed our parents. She fought and struggled to keep me safe, hardly a child, herself. Cora sacrificed everything, and I ruined it all. Not only that, but I took others with me. I sentenced them to a new kind of slavery, the cruelty of which I could hardly comprehend until we arrived in this place. And when I thought I was doing the right thing, I spat in Cora's face. I sneered down at her when I should have listened. She saw the demons for what they are, and I was fooled by a beautiful fantasy the king sold me. This is my punishment, and if I have any hope at atonement, I have to accept it. The 13 would never shower mercy on a human. They are the gods of the dark elves, who decided long ago that we are beneath them. Damned if you do, I think, recalling a phrase the elders would occasionally grumble. And damned if you don't. That's what it's like, living on Protheka as a human. We're damned either way. I don't even react when the door opens again. The same two Trollver enter, their canine expressions unreadable save for their heavy brow over dark eyes. Is it grimness? Do they hate their task of murdering innocent creatures like me? Stand up, one of them barks. Even as I begin to rise, the other snaps his spear out, using its butt end to clap me on the back of my shins. Hurry, human. I stumble forward, but they catch me in their strong arms. Their warmth is a relief to the ever-present chill, and now that I'm soaked, I'll take anything I can get. But it doesn't last long, as they lead me through a massive archway and under a storming sky. The occasional flicker of lightning blinds me, and I shrink from the eyes of the restless crowd of demons. Some appear like Agillis, prim and well-dressed, but more are monstrous amalgamations of horror incarnate, with gnashing teeth and cracked horns. My heart pounds in my ears, and my breathing becomes shallow. I keep my eyes to the ground, but that is little better. There are bodies strewn about, some quite fresh, still oozing fluids from their torn stomachs. Other Trollver push aside the singed parts and organs, making room for me on the red sand arena floor. Before we make it into the open, I'm shoved through, and a gate drives home behind me. There's a chant from the crowd that finally begins to make sense, my mind slow to grasp their gnarled chant in time with their pounding feet. Gilak, 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 Gilak.
Chapter 4. Rej'thorek. My lord? A thin voice is aimed at my knees, and I have to stoop in order to find its source. A small, well-dressed Zonak bows so low before me that his tiny butted horns nearly scrape the stone road. When he stands again, a jeweled lapel pin of the god of war reflects the red lightning endlessly sparking above us, indicating that he is my father's emissary. I might ignore most servants, and I may have spurned Yadina, but my father is not someone I can ignore. Not more than once. His Royal Excellency requires your presence at the arena immediately, my lord. My eyes must reflect what I think of the request, because the Zonak's already thin voice trembles so much that the swirling winds threaten to carry it off into the storm. My lord, I can send for a royal escort if it pleases you. That won't be necessary, I reply. I know that the offer is not a polite request. It's a dagger hidden in velvet. If I do not go where I am ordered, then I will be brought, even as a prince. Who am I to deny his royal excellency? I say, looking down at him. Who is anyone to deny him? My father would grind their bones to dust with a glance. My servants bow their heads in respect at the mere mention of his existence. I slap the rump of the razor fiend and address my servants. Take my kill to the butchers and have it cleaned for mounting. It will join the wall with my many other kills, other razor fiends. I tire of this world and its easy prey. 2 bodyguards flank me as I walk towards the arena. Even at this distance I can see it, the oily black stones that creep into the storming sky and the dark purple glow of magic light. A deep hum emanates from the stone, cursed with strong chaos magic, so strong that my horns vibrate with the hum until we've passed the threshold and entered the private royal box seats, only accessible to those my father favors. Any other demon will be cast down below, in the stone seats. An enemy will be sent even further below to the arena itself. More than once has a demon who thought himself in my father's graces found himself battling for his very life in the red sand arena while the crowd roars. You have kept me waiting, my father says, displeased. I have never seen my father without his hood, not once, not even as a child. It shrouds his entire face in darkness, with only the red glow of his eyes visible. His armor is thick, but I suspect he doesn't need it. I've seen him kill more than one enemy with nothing more than a glance. The chaos magic surrounding him crackles and pops, and his voice is rife with it, vibrant and lethal. I apologize. I bow, horns pointed to the sky. I was on a hunt. Another one? I'm not sure what to say. He's my father, but I've never been able to read him. Asmodeus, king of demons, does not show his face, and he does not show his hand, not even to his own kin. And what did you catch this time, my son? A razor fiend. There was a time this accomplishment would see me beaming like a fool for the rest of the day, but now it's nothing but a dead thing to hang up for my own vanity. I long for a challenge, for a real fight, and I've scoured the edges of Galmaleth in search of one. I do not let the restlessness show on my face, but even I can hear the frustration in my voice. Yes, he answers. I have heard of your accomplishment, and I can see that the victory you found is empty. Startled, I look up from the arena where a Goliath of a Gilak battles a pack of fire-bonded Urgan with his bare hands. The pack have torn at his flesh until his hands have become bone, and the stench of burned skin has filled the arena when their Sazgaroth master commands them to throw fire from their mouths. I have never seen a Gilak lose in battle, and my attention should be rapt, but my father has found my weakness without even trying. He is not one for idle words. Unease prickles up my spine. I would not have found a mission to Protheka empty. Soldiers cheered in the streets with human prizes stretched upon their shoulders, and they filled the evening with their tales of a green, dangerous world. Disappointment colored my nights ever since, but there must be a way to convince my father to let me lead the next excursion. I long to leave the confines of this small, tiny, self-contained world. He must know this. He knows everything else. You will find all of life empty until you procure a mate. It is beyond time. I stare at the black arena floor, stunned. A mate? Does he know about Yadina? Suspicion roils in my gut. Did he send her? No wonder she was so insistent if she had the king's blessing. Perhaps I have less choice than I thought. I make a soft noise of assent and focus on the fight while my mind turns over his demand. I know that he's been trying to increase our population, and that he doesn't have the centuries it takes to build one naturally. A typical matron might only spawn once every 100 years. Not fast enough for someone who wants to build an army. I have no objection to mating, as you well know. Mating, he spits. You must have a child, children, and you must begin now. As you wish. I am not fool enough to argue with my father, especially not over something so inconsequential. I will consent to mate with whoever he deems fit. As long as it's not Yadina, I request. His red eyes narrow. She is a matron, and she desires you. There is not to be an argument in this matter. She is a matron, but there must be others. I've never disagreed with my father in my entire life, and I keep my dissent soft. I have tried her, father, and I find her intolerable. It's difficult to overstate how intolerable. I don't like my women so sharp. Demanding is fine, but Yadina edges into ferocity. It is more like mating with a wild animal than a woman, and it is not an experience I wish to repeat. There must be other matrons, I think, someone less feral, with some sense of rhythm, maybe even soft. The crowd breaks out in excited murmurs, and I look down at the arena, expecting to see that Gilak has actually lost. But no, the arena is empty except for the charred flesh of the Gilak and the disembodied parts of the pack of Organ. A pity. I thought they might win. The whispers stop. Everything stops. It is so silent I can nearly hear my own thoughts. A strange creature emerges from the pits below. No scales, horns, or fur. A woman. A human woman with golden skin and short tufts of hair crowning her small skull. She walks, trembling, and hugs herself. Soft. I find her unbearably appealing, even beneath all the filth that streaks her skin, hastily washed away but not well. Her bare feet sink into the sand, and her ankle nearly turns. I'm fascinated. What do they intend to do with her? Surely she's no warrior. She looks terrified enough of the sand beneath her feet. She looks up, craning her neck to see all of the demons staring back at her. She turns her head and looks directly at me. No, at my father. Recognition plays upon her features, and her intense gray eyes narrow. It's a small, insignificant token of fearlessness, but there are sorcerers of nearly unlimited power who cower before my father's glare. She lifts her chin proudly and then turns to face her fate. What do they intend to do with her? She has nothing, no weapons, I ask, fearing the worst. The arena masters find endless ways to amuse themselves and their audience, my father replies with a chuckle. Let's see what they have planned. Metal clangs upon metal and the gate is drawn up. The crowd begins to chant, Gilak! 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 This Gilak makes the previous one look like a hill to his mountain. The human barely reaches his waist and his teeth must be the size of my fingers. They drip with saliva, hungry and wanting. If the bulge beneath his loincloth means anything, I suspect he wants more than just a meal. The Gilak stops just short of the human, and a cloud of red dust swirls between them as he stares. A thick glob of spit falls from his mouth, creating a puddle between them. Most demons in this stadium would lose this fight. He's going to tear her apart. My father is speaking, but his words fall on deaf ears. The woman takes a shaky step back, and then another. The Gilak watches, amusement in his dull eyes, until her back hits the end of the arena. Above her, the crowd jeers. Bloodlust and hunger burn in the Gilak's eyes, and his lips pull apart until his lips have transformed into a fearsome smile. He roars once more, so loud that even the world beneath us must hear it, and attacks. My blood runs cold.
Chapter 5. Laura, this is how I die, covered in filth and devoured by a nightmare. No horrors on Protheka compare to this beast, and Protheka is a world made for horrors. 3 times my size at least, he towers above me on thick cloven hooves. His dark purple flesh is scarred and decorated with crude black tattoos, and his face is broad and flat, as though he smashed it against the stone walls of the arena too many times. But the worst thing about him is the fire. It burns from his cracked, damaged horns, unnatural and menacing. Horrifyingly hypnotizing, I realize with a start that as I've been staring at him, he's been staring at me. His lips pull back in a mad grin, exposing teeth nearly almost as long as my arm. And then his tattered wings pull back, stirring a cloud of red dust. My eyes sting, and I've barely stopped coughing before he charges. Gilak! 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 The crowd roars with excitement as he thunders across the field, stopping only a handspan away from my face. Terror like this is something I've never known, and I have spent my life afraid. It's a terror that rattles my knees, that steals my breath. I'd shut my eyes if I could, but some perverse grief keeps them open. This is the fate I chose. I brought this on myself, on my family and friends. Grief, even more powerful than the terror, bows through my body like a physical blow. I thought I was leading the human race to paradise, and instead I've delivered the most cherished people in my life to a waking nightmare. Lightning strikes above, casting the monster in blood-red light. I should pray to the Mother, or perhaps the Arbiter, for salvation before I die. But all I can think about is the fairy tales I heard from the elders growing up. Humans, they whispered in the dark, far away from our elf masters, had old gods from before. Some had many, and some only one, but most believed in a dark place where evil dwells. Hell, they called it. I think I found hell. Eat her! The crowd howls. Tear off her arms! They scream. I'm nothing but entertainment for monsters. They've given me no weapon, not even anything to defend myself with. No shield. No hope. What have I done? I should let him be done with me, but something inside me wants to live. The coward that I am. I turn towards the bloodthirsty crowd, prepared to plead for mercy, but their roars are too loud to hear me if I even tried. If they were even capable of mercy. A familiar hooded figure sits in a private box, shrouded in crackling purple magic. His face is hooded, as it was in my dreams, and his red eyes glow ominously. I tilt my trembling chin and curse him with what might be my last breath. I look up. Hundreds of demons jeer above me. I look down. My filthy feet are bleeding from the blistering hot sand. Fragments of bodies still litter the arena, and I narrowly miss stepping on a chunk of smoking flesh. I look across. The beast charges. It's a blur of movement, so fast that he's on me before I can blink. I roll away, but he comes so close that the flames from his horns sear my right shoulder. Please, I beg for mercy. I push myself to my feet, and he charges again. Again I dodge. Again he burns me. Again I beg. Please. My throat burns with the force of my cries, but no one hears, no one cares. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Please. Those last words are for Cora, even if she never hears them. For Beth and Matty. For everyone. By the 13, what a fool I've been. I'm sorry. My voice is a rasp of itself now, shredded and destroyed by the attempt to be heard above the crowd. Thunder rolls. I feel it in my chest. Cora, you were right. I'm sorry. I'm so... The monster's claws slice through the air, nearly cleaving my ear from my head. The whisper of it echoes, and a small dribble of blood falls from my earlobe. An agonized sob escapes my throat, but I don't have time to cry before he's charging at me again. His wings, torn and dishevelled as they are, manage to carry him high enough in the air that he nearly reaches the top of the arena. He hovers. Strings of saliva drip from his mouth and turn the sand into mud where they fall. Steam rises from his spit, and a sulphurous odour makes me gag. There's nowhere to run, but I stagger forth anyway. Years ago, Cora and I watched a herd of Tora escape the slaughterhouse, only to be hauled away minutes later. I'd cried, but she'd told me they'd never have had a chance anyway. Where would they forage? The back alleys? I'm the Tora now. Even if I manage to escape this monster through dumb luck, there is nowhere to go. I've brought myself and my loved ones to a demonic continent, floating far away from our home. The only escape is death. If I have any honour, I'll take it. The air sings as the monster soars down towards me, head first, jaw open. Despite my resolve to end this fight, I flinch. His claws slice lightly at my chest, and small beads of blood pool up against my skin. He's doing this on purpose. My dance with the monster lasts for some time. He's toying with me. If he wanted to take me, there's nothing I could do to stop them. But we are entertainment, and he puts on a good show. I play my part, feinting and dodging until my feet can no longer stand. And then he lets me crawl. The sand tears into my knees. I haven't had skinned knees like this since I was a child playing with Cora. No matter how hard we worked, she always made sure we had time for games. She's done the same for Matty and Beth, and I never appreciated it, not once. All I ever did was hate the dark elves who forced us to work. All I ever saw were my swollen, bleeding fingers, forced to work every day. She tried to make it bearable. She tried so damned hard. And now who's there to make it bearable for Beth and Matty? Who's there to take care of them? They're alone, and it's all my fault. Grief tears through me, full-born. My fate is a horror of my own choosing, but what I've done to my adopted siblings is unforgivable. What would I have done as a child without Cora by my side? The only reason I'd survived long enough to doom us all is because of her strength and grace. Because she made a space for being a child in a world designed to drain us of every joy. Life had been hard, but we had company. Now we'll never be together again. "She's on her knees for you, Gilak," the crowd roars. He tilts his head, appraising me, and extends his hand to beckon me forth. With straining arms, I push myself to my feet, but my shaking legs can carry me no further. I take one step, and hot pain tears through my ankle. I collapse into a mucky mix of the monster's foul spit. Laughter and raucous cheers greet my fall. The stench is unbearable. His saliva clings, pasting my body with wet sand. My self-loathing is so strong that I almost let the beast tear at me with his claws, but my cowardice spurs me to flee again. It's futile. He's going to take me and kill me and probably eat me alive, while the crowd above me watches with rapt delight. King Asmodeus's eyes glow. He sits, reclined on his dark throne. I can't believe I ever trusted him, that I ever sat by his side, stroking his cheek like he was some sort of salvation. It's fitting that his will be one of the last faces I ever see. It's what I deserve. The monster rears up to charge me one last time, and I'm too exhausted to move. He won, the second those gates opened. I've never stood a chance, not since I set foot on this world. I remember the cold metal of the king's armor against my hand as Cora's face twisted in betrayal and rage. I'd assured her that we were safe here, that humans would be treated like royalty, that King Asmodeus would destroy the dark elves who keep us in bondage. I've only traded one cruel master for another. I don't cry. I don't deserve to cry. I fight back my tears and stare resolutely at the demon who's helped me destroy everything good in my life. I hate him so much it burns like a sun inside my chest, but I hate myself even more. Though his face is hooded, I swear that he's smiling.
Chapter 6. Rej'thorek. I look on, my face twisting in a sneer of disgust. This is clearly my father's doing. What an absolute waste. It isn't that I feel pity or guilt for the human who's about to meet her doom. It just all seems so pointless. An unarmed, unsuspecting woman against one of our most brutal races. Where is the sport, the competition? We are here to cheer for an easy slaughter, already knowing what the conclusion will be. Not only that, but it seems like the Gilak's power could be put to better use. A challenging beast like that deserves a worthwhile opponent. I'd give anything to fight him myself. Instead, he's going to square off against this pathetic blonde thing. My eyes flash as a terribly, deliciously, rottenly good idea strikes me. It isn't every day that one gets to see a Gilak, much less fight one. I'm not going to let the chance be wasted on her. My khopesh still hangs on my hip, and I'm finally going to get the hunt that I've been craving. With a light spring, I leap over the lip of the arena. Behind me, I can hear the protests of the Trollvor guards. My unexpected move took them by surprise, and now they are in a tizzy over letting me slip by them. But I'm not about to stop now. They can shout till they go hoarse for all I care. I land lightly on my heels in the red sand, my legs tucked underneath me. With one hand, I unsheathe the sharp-bladed khopesh and lift it high into the air. Then I lunge toward the Gilak and his prey. I can hear her screams growing louder as I get closer. She's doing her best to avoid him, but it can't last much longer. She scrambles on her hands and knees as the sand moves and slips beneath her, darting out of his reach. He's too focused on her to even notice me. I could probably slit his throat right now, but an ambush would suck the challenge out of it. I'm here for a fight, a good one. I sweep in on his left flank, swinging my kopesh and dragging it through the bones of his wing and severing it from his spine. The move is enough to get his attention. It's going to hurt a bit, but not so much that it takes all the fight out of him prematurely. He turns to face me, standing to his full height. This is my first good look at him. He's huge, at least twice my height. I grin in anticipation, adrenaline coursing through my veins. The beast roars, throwing his massive head back. He draws his bulky, monstrous shoulders up to his neck and swings his arms in a violent fashion. Gilaks are rare, but we all know of them. The general rule I always heard was that Gilaks are tough, but dumb. They make excellent cannon fodder, as they can blow the opponents down and withstand heavy attacks before succumbing. But they aren't strategists, or generally even able to follow anything but the most basic plans. I know I can't defeat him with muscle alone. Outsmarting him is going to be critical to my success. But the look of irritation on his face makes me suspect that it shouldn't be too hard. The woman scrambles away, scooting to put as much distance as possible between herself and the Gilak. He pays her no attention anyway. Now he wants me. He lunges and I dodge. I can feel the chaos magic rising in me. It makes my insides burn, and the overwhelming darkness sweeps over me. It's been a long time since I've felt so alive. I come down hard with my blade. He howls and his horns crackle with an angry fire that matches his fierce expression. He lurches forward with the promise of violence written on his face. It doesn't scare me the way that he intends. Instead, it exhilarates me, and I realize that I'm feeding off his energy. The angrier he is, the more I enjoy this game. He swipes at me. But with my magic, my skin begins to tingle, creating a barrier of chaos magic. He pulls away reflexively, shaking his hands at the electric sensation I sent over his flesh. I've heard it burns, and based on his reaction, it must be worse than the flaming Urgans. I strike again, catching him in his core. I notice with surprise how dense he is. He's not just big. His chest is like a rock face. I scrape him, but barely. I withdraw, realizing that my latest attack was futile. I'll need a different plan, as I can't hurt him there. But in the moment that it takes me to pull Kopesh away, he steals my ankle out from under. Then I find myself flying through the air. I force myself to keep my eyes open as the ground rises to meet me. At the last second, I use my magic to soften the blow, landing in a log roll. I clamber to my feet and return to face him once more. My heart is pounding in my chest in the most thrilling fashion. There's a dull roaring in my ears as my bloodlust takes over. I want him for my wall, and I want him now. I extend my arm knowing that he'll reach for it. He does as I planned, and with my other hand I use the handle of my weapon to strike a hard blow in his back. The unexpected force sends him sprawling. He falls to the ground, thrown off balance by my hit and the weight of his own body. When something that large falls, it doesn't recover quickly. He struggles to get to his feet, but it seems to take every ounce of focus that he has. While he is rising to his knees, I take advantage of the moment. I don't want to give him a chance to get mobile again. Instead, I stop him there, swinging the blade of my kopesh across his broad neck. The strike is fitting for a hunter, one that I can be proud of, clean, efficient, and over in seconds. The force of the blow sends his head flying over the sand. A cloud of dust rises as it hits the ground. It wobbles across the arena in a crooked line. I watch as it tumbles and slowly comes to a stop. I look up from the head's final resting place, noticing where it has landed. Right before my father, the Demon King, who has gotten to his feet and now stands before his throne. And he is not impressed. The chaos magic is steaming out of his body, rising off him in shimmering, translucent waves. I'd be lying if I pretend that doesn't make it all the better. Piss off, old man. The rest of the crowd roars in approval. I stroll over to the head, picking it up and raising it up like a trophy. They erupt in another round of deafening cheers. My chest heaving as I recover from my exertion, I let the noise wash over me in pleasure. I love their praise as much as I love my father's fury. I don't know how much time passes, but I grow weary of standing in the spotlight. The moment feels as though it is ending. I want to make my disappearance before the crowd gets bored. I may not draw as much attention as my brothers, but I'm still a demon prince. I've dabbled in infamy long enough to know that you need to leave them wanting more. A thought strikes me. I forgot about the human. I fought the Gilak of my own choice, not for her. Still, she was going to be sacrificed to him, and my interference kept her alive. I guess that makes her mine now. One of the Trollvor guards comes to lead me out of the arena. I take that as a hint that I milked the moment too long. As much as I love the adoration and fans, it's time to go. I'm going, I reply in annoyance, not liking being bossed around by a punk guard. I give him a threatening look, warning him wordlessly that he better not touch me. Then I spin on my heel, ready to walk out on my own. For the first time, I notice that several other guards are swarming around the human. She's still sitting on the sand, cowering from them. "Hey!" I shout. "Get your hands off my prize!" I run over, my expression dark. The guards might answer to my father, but this is now my show, and they have an awful lot of nerve getting involved. They relent, taking a step back as I draw closer to intercept her. I grab her arm, hoisting her to her feet. She does not fight me, standing with me. Her eagerness and the force of my touch result in me pulling her against me, far closer than I intended. She looks up at me, speechless, her gray eyes wide, her lips parted slightly as if she wants to say something. But no words escape her. I gaze down at her, suddenly feeling a bit breathless myself. It must still be from the fight, I think, trying to ignore the fact that I don't remember feeling that way just a moment ago.
Chapter 7. Laura. My breath hitches in my throat as he pulls me against his chest. He's not as big as the monstrous thing from before, but he's still a giant compared to me. He's formidable enough to make me break a nervous sweat, especially considering the easy way he slayed the other creature. It's not just his size alone. He's staring at me with an intense gaze that leaves me speechless. I feel as though I need to say something, since he did save me from the Gilak. A thank you, at least, but the words die in my throat, and I can't get past the way his red eyes simmer. He doesn't wait for me to find the words. Instead, he grabs me by the arm and leads me out of the arena. Now that I'm not blistering under his scrutiny, my brain slowly begins to revive. As it does, my anxiety starts to swell. My nerves have been frayed the whole time, but it's growing. I barely escaped with my life. I'm glad he saved me from that fate, of course, but I'm also not sure exactly what his plans for me are. He called me his prize, which is no more than I could have hoped for under the Demon King's watch. All I can do is hope that I haven't gained a crueler master than he. He saved me from the Gilak, but for what? What does he want with me, and can I take it? If he's anything like the king, I can only assume that he's planned a far worse fate for me. Something slower and more horrible than the Gilak, and I shudder to think about what could be worse than that. As we walk away from the arena, the noise and cheering begin to fade. Soon we're mostly alone. There are a few passers-by that pop into sight now and then, but it's far more private than being on the arena main stage. In the quiet, we can finally have a real conversation. I try to bite my tongue at first, not wanting to upset him. I'm wary of him, and I don't want to make my situation worse by talking out of turn. But he's not saying anything to give me a clue about his intentions. Eventually, I can't help it. "Thank you," I blurt out, "for saving my life." I expect him to either explain why he helped me or inform me that he's not saving me at all. He does neither. The silence only agitates me more. "Do you fight a lot?" I try again. "You were incredible back there." We walk on, and the pervasive silence is nerve-wracking. For me, that is. I don't think he's uncomfortable in the least. He doesn't seem upset or angry that I'm talking. He doesn't demand that I be quiet. He just doesn't acknowledge that I'm saying anything either. "That creature was massive, but you made that fight look easy." Another heavy silence. "You're not..." I stumble after, trying to keep up with his long legs. You're not going to take me back to the barracks, are you? I don't get the reassurance that I desire. At this point, I'm not really expecting to, since he hasn't answered me yet. His quiet doesn't convince me that I'm about to die. His silence doesn't convince me that I'm not either. With that, I give up. There's no point in asking questions that get no response anyway. I'm just working myself into a quiet fit, and he's not even paying attention. I stare at the ground, hiding behind my dirty hair. Maybe it's best if I don't see where we're going. I stop looking around, no longer wanting to pay attention to my surroundings, and just focus on not tripping. I still don't know what lies ahead of me. I try not to think about it, resigning myself to whatever my fate is meant to be. He's not going to share, so what's the point of worrying over it? But it's easier said than done. Even as I follow him meekly to our unknown destination, my stomach is tightening into knots as I worry about what waits there. We finally arrive at a sprawling home. It's dark and imposing, made from towering onyx. The lustrous black surface gleams from the outside, and I'm a little breathless at the sight of it. It's like nothing I've ever seen, somehow both impressive and frightening. It seems impossibly fitting that this is a demon residence. The appearance is too perfectly appropriate to be anything else. He leads me up several smooth black stairs to the front door. Waiting for him are several dark elf slaves. They all wear thick metal collars that glow slightly, making it clear they've been enchanted with magic. They peer at me, their expressions a mixture of thinly concealed disdain and curiosity. I know that dark elves look down on humans. Though, whether they like me or not, I can understand why they're intrigued by their master bringing home a strange human. He pushes me into a female elf's arms. She grabs me roughly by the shoulders, taking command of me. I swallow hard, suddenly aware of a noticeable change in his treatment compared to hers. He may not have been tender, but at least he didn't feel as cold as her. "Get her cleaned up and have her waiting for me when I return," he commands. Just like that, he is gone before I can even protest. Not that I would, and not that my protests would do any good. She handles me forcefully, practically dragging me inside as though I'm a disobedient pet on a leash. I suddenly miss his silence, even as I remind myself that I'm being ridiculous. Just because I liked him more than this elf of his does not make him my friend. Just because he saved me in the arena does not make him my ally. I don't know what he wants with me yet, but I'm sure it isn't good. I need to remember that I can't trust him, even if he hasn't revealed his evil plans yet. After all, I got myself into this mess in the first place by trusting the Demon King. I was too quick to assume that everyone was my friend, that they meant well. If they showed even a hint of being on my side, I assumed I could put my faith in them. This is, I know now, a deadly mistake, and it's one I don't intend to repeat, even though it's far too late for me. I'm already ensnared, and there's only so much I can do about it. I see these demons now for what they are, and I just need to remember it. Several more elves swarm behind us. My heart has been thumping steadily, a drumbeat in my ears. But at this, it pounds wildly. It feels as though I'm being ganged up on, overwhelmed, and soon to be overtaken by their thorough attention. They wouldn't hurt me now, would they? He is their master, and they must do as he says, right? His direction was to clean me. Unless... A horrid thought breaks through the cacophony in my brain. Do demons eat humans? He doesn't mean to clean me like food. Does he? I blanch, suddenly feeling faint at the idea. My skin goes clammy, and my throat starts to tighten. I can barely breathe over the waves of panic washing over me. We reach a room, and they push me through the doors, tearing off my clothes before the lock clicks into place behind us. Hot tears spring to my eyes, the only sign of panic I allow at having no idea what is happening. But I soon notice that they aren't hurting me. They're rough in an abrasive, clinical sort of way, but there's no harm being caused. I'm a rag doll, just bouncing between them as they preen and groom me. I'm too dazed and numb to resist, and my mind is still full of the worry that I might become dinner. It's hard to concentrate, and since they don't seem to be intent on killing me now, I just let them work. Before I know it, a few of them scurry off, and the female who I started with is dragging a comb through my hair. The snarls and knots are significant, and she has her work cut out for her. I'm a bit embarrassed to realise what bad shape I'm in. I know it's not my fault, and not anything that I could help, I haven't been given much time for my hygiene lately. Still, it's hard not to feel a sense of shame. She doesn't seem to be either judgmental or compassionate. She still has that stoic indifference, that she has a job to do. She doesn't care about me, and I realise that I don't really mind. At least she isn't bullying me. The tears spring back a few times as she paws through my hair, but finally, she's done. In a whirlwind, I'm pushed into another room and tossed into a scalding hot tub. Hands seem to come from every direction, still pulling me this way and that to clean me. I should be glad that I'm at least finally getting the dirt off, knowing that it will make me feel better. But all I feel is numb.
Chapter 8. Rej'thorek. It is done, my prince. You'll find the specimen has already been delivered to your residence, the butcher says, having made quick work of the Razor Fiend's corpse. After the day I've had, it's hardly a consideration any longer. I appreciate the effort, I say anyway, glad that the meat can go to some use among the city's residents. You always do fine work. I wipe the sweat and blood from my brow, my skin still bright hot from the fight. My new prize isn't the only one who needs a bath. I think about how my father reacted to my win, wondering vaguely if he intends to retaliate after the show I put on in the arena. It wouldn't be in his best interest, since the crowd thoroughly enjoyed it. There are few things left to enjoy on this island, and it keeps them from murdering each other out of sheer boredom. I did a service to the crown. He should be thanking me. After my khopesh is gleaming once more, I return to the privacy of my home, ascending the steps on a heavy gate. I avoid the servants as they rush about, preparing for the evening, and slip into my private quarters to bathe. In a matter of an hour, I am presentable again. My dark flesh is clean, and I find a simple tunic and vest, much lighter than my heavy leather armor. I tie my hair back at the base of my skull and observe my sharp features in a mirror on the wall. I wonder if she'll recognize me as the same demon who felled the Gilak. My heart skips a beat. She's just a human, I remind myself, forcing my anticipation down. A slave, first of the dark elves, then of the demons. Now she's mine, I whisper, the hint of a smile curling the corners of my lips. And I'll have her as I please. With that knowledge, I adjourn from my private rooms and descend the steps to find that dinner is finally ready. But it's not the meal that causes me to pause, but the curious method in which my servants decided to prepare her. There are dishes surrounding her, of cuts of binmu and silver leaf between her trembling knees, but she is laid upon the table, a silken sash tied about her head to hide her charming gray eyes. Her limbs are lashed to the table, her legs spread to reveal her naked form, barely covered by a sheer cloth. The sight makes me ache, but not with hunger. She doesn't know I'm here yet. I can tell by the way she's breathing, shallow and panicked. Her red lips are parted to reveal a beautiful set of flat white teeth. She's rested her head in the crook of her shoulder, and her hands are balled into fists. My gaze trails down to the swell of her perky breasts, and the sensuous curve of her hips, so unlike the sharp and narrow matrons I'm used to. I want to drag my claws over her skin and feel her shudder beneath me. I reach for her impulsively, pausing just above the delicate length of her neck and withdraw. Not yet, I tell myself, wanting to draw this game out a little longer. Instead, I let her know she's not alone by dragging a chair out to sit. Her breath catches in her throat. Hello? I say nothing, serving a plate of binmu steak for myself. Her breathing becomes rapid again as she hears the scritch of my fork against the plate. Is someone there? You can check out the rest of the chapter uncut free on Kindle Unlimited. Chapter 10. Rej'thorek. I hear I missed quite a hunt. Thonir's voice is dry as ever. Not that I'm here to talk about your 9,000th Razor Fiend trophy. Well, have you lost your mind? Quite possibly. I try to turn it all into a joke. If Thonir suspects I'm this obsessed with a human, He'll think I've gone mad. You see what happens when you leave me unattended, my dear friend? He doesn't laugh at all. Thonir, possibly the most light-hearted demon I know, stares at me with a face of stone. Have you heard what they're saying about you at court? Court. I don't care what a spoiled bunch of layabouts think about anything I do. I've never had time for their scheming and plotting. I leave court politics to my brothers who enjoy that mess. But my father cares about the opinions of his court. My father cares very much. I try to bluster my way out of the cold, foreboding pit that suddenly engulfed me. That I'm the best fighter in the realm? I felled a razor fiend and a gilak on the same day. That you broke every rule of the arena. Thonir, seated in a reclining chair, leaps to his feet and frantically examines my head. Did the razor fiend crack your skull? Everyone is calling you the rebel prince now. That does have a certain flair to it. Thonir shoots me a sharp look. A flair your father will like? No. No, my father does not much care for rebellion. I cover my unease once more, this time with a shrug. What's done is done, and the price I will pay for it is none of my friend's concern. Let's talk of more interesting things. How is your family? Oh, they're doing well. Quite entertained since some madman leapt. Akos is quite well, I continue, as if he said nothing at all. His reading has improved immensely, although he prefers to read junk every day. Finally, Thonir eases. And who can blame him? I've never once gotten through those Sosgaroth tomes without falling asleep at least 5 times. A Volvath adventure. Now, those I can read all evening. Speaking of evenings, do your interrogations never cease? I reply. It's your fault for being so fascinating. At least I've heard that Yadina thinks so. His demeanor changes as my servants knock on the door. Enter. The slaves, dark elves, bow low to us both. You may speak. We have put the human in a spare room, the tallest rasps. Do you have any further orders, my prince? No, that will do. Thonir shoots me an odd look, but says nothing more. Renewed heat drips through my veins like thick nectar when I imagine her waiting for me. By the gods, it takes every bit of willpower I have not to make an excuse and leave. It would be so easy, and she's so close. Yadina is intriguing. She's about as intriguing as the floor beneath my feet, but my father has ears. I trust Thonir as much as I trust anyone, but scorning a matron in front of anyone is not the best practice for a long life. Thonir's lips quirk as if he's read my mind. Intriguing is an interesting way to put it. I take it you've yet to fall for her advances? I slap my friend on the back and lead him to inspect my latest kill, still being cleaned and prepared to be mounted on my study wall. The evening passes in each other's company, and by the time night falls and I retire to my quarters, I've almost managed to ignore the constant itch for the human that's burrowed beneath my skin. And then, of course, there's Yadina. She lurks in the courtyard, ostensibly with her court of lower demons, but I can tell that she's hoping to run into someone. Her sharp black eyes keep flitting around the statues, searching. The wind whips her fire-red hair around like a storm. It's a storm I would like to avoid. With a sleight of hand and an ironic apology to the god of destruction, whose statue I make topple with a sudden burst of chaos magic, I manage to create enough of a diversion that I make it into the council meeting unmolested. My prince. Vimek, noble demon of a lesser birth, bows low as I enter the council room. A black fountain, tribute to the god of whispers, burbles in the center of the room. The water is red, like blood. It's the only splash of color in the entire room. Vimek leads me to a long table. There are 8 seats, 1 for me, and the rest for my personal cabinet, mirroring the gods. The Counselor of War sits to my right, and the Counselor of Whispers to my left. The remainder of the table is rounded out by the Counselors of Destruction, Earth, Dreams, Chaos, and the Forge. A mirror of the Council of 7, but with much less power. As the youngest prince, my authority does not stretch much farther than the gates of my personal estate. The main complaint of your subjects, my prince, is My counselor of whispers loses his nerve. My seat is elevated high, a small throne, and he cranes his neck up once he gathers his courage. The arena battle. So it has been told to me. I personally, of course. I smother an impatient sigh. I am not my brother's counselor. Speak freely. You mean to say that my subjects believe my actions in the arena to be unfit, yes? My brothers would have him on fire for merely suggesting they were wrong. But my brothers have no sense. I will take good guidance where I can find it, even if it's not what I wish to hear. He nods. I flash back to the arena battle, to Laura. Whatever possessed me to save her, whether it was her luscious golden skin or simply the lure of a challenging fight, it is done. My will has been done and cannot be changed. I would not change it if I could. It was a glorious fight, my prince. My counselor of war's voice booms across the room. Never have I seen one like it, not in my lifetime. To take a gilak as a prize is an honor, and the people will see it as such in time. But the gilak's massive, ugly head isn't the prize I'm thinking about. As the council meeting turns to discussions of agriculture and Sazgoroth estimates of this season's crop yield, I can't help but remember Laura. I've never cared much for food, but tasting her, feeling the human woman writhe beneath my tongue, that was delicious. Are we well stocked on all other materials? Per your last report, the Sazgoroth were still preparing the summoning spells for our metal supplies. This should be under the purview of the Counselor of the Forge, and he does launch into a dull monologue about the massive energy required to cast such high magic spells. But fortunately, my Counselor of War interrupts him with a boastful plan for updated weaponry once the Sazgoroth manifest the metal we require, giving me more time to dwell in my increasingly heated thoughts. Thinking of the human woman is much more entertaining than tallying up supplies and resolving land disputes. I fantasize until the council dissolves, and I saunter back out into the courtyard, where a team of Sazgoroth are repairing the fallen statue. A lightning strike, my prince, Vimek murmurs. Did you happen to see it? Ah! Yadina is draped across one of the Sazgoroth, her lips pressed against his ear. Thankfully, her eyes are downcast, giving me time to spin on my feet and march towards the gate. My prince? I thought I'd visit directly with my subjects today. Join me. It would be my pleasure, my prince. If Vimek's eyes widen when he realizes I'm avoiding Yadina's path, at least he has the sense not to mention anything aloud. He trails behind me, wings flapping as he keeps pace with my steps. Would you like to start with the Rej'thorek family? They've petitioned you recently. Where else would we start? Lead the way.
Chapter 11. Laura. I ache so much it's absurd. He must have done something to me, I think. Some sort of demon magic I have no defense against. I've never seen him out of his armor. He might look like one of those odd beasts the Demon King kept around the palace for entertainment. He certainly fought like one. But it doesn't matter what he looks like. He conquered me without so much as a word, and worse, he left me wanting. Damn you, I hiss, cursing him. I'm restless against this strange bed, as though my skin is too tight for my body. The sheets feel like nothing on Protheka. I've helped sew together magic clothes for the dark elves, and those materials were soft and supple. But this is like a dream. It's softer than the silk he'd used to tie me up, but the texture still makes me sweat. Frustrated, I push myself off of the bed and tug my tunic back to position. He's a prince, and this is clearly a palace. He has to be somewhere. It's rude not to finish what you started, I mutter to myself. Is that so? It's a masculine voice, but not his. A pair of dark elves glide into my room without knocking, and my cheeks burn to think of what they might have seen if they'd arrived only minutes before. Am I truly going to spend my entire life being humiliated by these creatures? I hold my tongue, both because I suppose I'm a prisoner of sorts, and because while their pointy ears and oily grins remind me of slavery on Protheka, these elves have done nothing to me personally. Not yet, at least, I remind myself. Sure, they trail after me every time I attempt to leave the room, and I seem to be corralled on this floor because every time I try and walk down the stairs, one of them chases me back up them like a testy nanny. But they also leave me food and clothes, and they haven't raised a hand to me, which is a first with dark elves. The servants hang the new clothes they've brought for me with a flick of 2 fingers, and then shoot me a disdainful look on their way out. I'm too enthralled by the clothes to worry about their contempt. How many nights have I snuck down to look at the dresses I'll never wear while my fingers burned from needle pricks? Wow, I say with my jaw wide open. Try as I might, I can't see a single stitch in the fabric. All of the tunics have been constructed with some sort of magic I've never seen, almost as if they've been conjured whole cloth. Even dark elves needed to make minor adjustments to their designs. This is insane. Remembering how easily the servants had entered before, I bring a few of the strange clothes with me into the washroom. At least this room has a lock. The entire room is made of the same black stone that permeates the rest of this world, and magical lights glow above me, floating near the ceiling. It's like I'm suspended in an ocean of black. I hastily remove my old clothing and tug the new tunics on. The fabric molds against my skin, tightening and adjusting on its own, until what had looked like a well-made, albeit plain, tunic has transformed into a long, beautiful dress. I think of the colour blue, and it turns blue. Green, and it turns green. I think of the precise shade of my favourite flower, and it blossoms into a stunning red. I play at this for a while, and I lounge around the luxurious room he's provided me with for even longer. I wait and wait, and wait for this demon prince, my fingers twitching with the effort to keep them away from where I need them the most, until I can't take it any longer. I can't go downstairs, and I can't go upstairs. I open my bedroom door, and sure enough, there are the dark elves, glaring at me. I smile at them both, which they seem to take as a personal insult, but the curl of their lips. Where can I go? You are permitted in the sitting room or the library. The elf looks as though he's tasted something particularly sour. Both are on this floor. Thank you. I wait a moment. And where on this floor might they be exactly? They reward me with matching blank stares. It doesn't occur to them to escort me to either place, but it's not like they'll let me get away with going anywhere I shouldn't. They stalk behind me, as though they're likers in an open field, preparing to pounce if I touch the wrong thing. My skin crawls just having them near me, but I ignore it and begin my search for the library. I don't know if I'll be able to read any of the books, but we seem to speak the same language. Hopefully their writing is similar. Maybe I can figure a little more out about this world, since everything the king told me has been a lie. I don't have to worry about searching for the library for long. The main hall leads directly to it, and the amount of books makes me dizzy. There have to be thousands upon thousands, all neatly stacked on towering black shelves. Bright red lightning dances in the large windows along the far side of the room, and warm lights burn above me. It's almost cozy. The sensation is a bit disorienting, but comforting. So little on Protheka ever felt safe, and this world has been even worse. Until now, I thought demons were too tough to sit on a soft chair and read, but here there are several long, comfortable-looking seats. There's even a fire stoked in a hearth. Okay, yes, there is a skull embossed in the centre of the fireplace. I suppose demon cozy is slightly different from human cozy, but the room is nice all the same. I've just pulled an interesting book from the shelf next to me when I hear footsteps. My heart slams in my chest, and all the desire I've been suppressing rushes back. Is it the prince? Something scrapes against the shelf behind me, and I work up the courage to turn around. It's a demon, all right. I can tell by the horns on his head, which are currently pushing A History of Demonic Agriculture and the Treatise of Timorath the Wise off the shelf. He's bent low, as though if he hides his face. I can't see that he's there. He's a child. The posture is so much like my adopted brother and sister, it nearly stops my heart. I crouch down in turn, as though I could ever intimidate a creature like him, and keep my voice soft. Hello. My voice sends him scrambling back, and several more books fly from the shelves. I hold my hands up, palms out. I'm not going to hurt you, I promise. I'm just here to look at books. The boy finally looks at me. His eyes are huge, larger than any demon I've seen, and I wonder if that's because he's young, or if he's a type of demon I've yet to see before. He stretches open his mouth, and even his tiny fangs are cute. Why are your teeth like that? His brow furrows, and he tilts his head at my hands. Are your claws broken? Oh. I wiggle my fingers. No, I don't have claws or fangs, although they might have come in handy a few times recently. Are you a slave? He asks. Am I? The dark elf servants surely don't seem to think so, seeing as how they resent having to wait on me every day. But I'm restricted to one floor of this grand palace. I can't go downstairs, and I can't go for a walk outside, and I can never, ever go home. Maybe, I reply. Oh, where are you from? He pushes up against the bookshelf until his chin rests on a line of books and his large eyes gleam directly at me. Protheka. Is that down south? He wiggles at this possibility. My brother goes down south all the time. He's been all over. There's nowhere on Galmaleth he hasn't been already. I guess you could say it's south. Did the Sosgaroth make you? He narrows his eyes. You don't look like a Dazaneth. I decide to take that as a compliment, although I don't have the faintest idea what a Dazaneth is. They could be perfectly lovely. I'm a human. I don't think there are many creatures like me here yet. I keep the bitterness from my voice. This kid doesn't need a play-by-play on how I betrayed everyone who ever trusted me. His small hand tentatively reaches across the shelf towards mine, and I let him give my hand a poke. He recoils in glee, smiling wide. Oh wow, you're real, he laughs. I thought maybe I read too much and started dreaming. I don't leave this room much. No? I can't believe you don't even have horns. His glee is contagious, and I can't help but laugh along. Nope, no horns. I'm Akos. Akos wiggles through the shelf until his belly sits on the books, and his hands hold him upright on my side of the aisle. What's your name? Laura. Somehow I'm smiling as wide as he is. I can feel the burn in my cheeks as my lips stretch wide. It's nice to meet you.
Chapter 12. Rej'thorek. When I arrive home, I am beyond exhausted. I'm not afraid of effort or hard work, and if it felt like I had accomplished anything important, I might be energized. But instead, my days often feel like I'm just shuffling around, ordered to attend to one mind-numbing task after another. It's the cost I must pay for being part of the royal family, I suppose, but it drains my energy in the worst way. I know that I have duties to attend to, but sometimes I wish they could feel more worthwhile and less transactional. Like I'm always just checking a box somewhere, doing purposeless tasks because someone said that I must. It's hard to explain how tiring it can be, treading water through so many unfulfilling days. I like to picture myself rising above it someday, taking on a challenge that finally brings satisfaction. But that dream seems just as elusive most of the time. In fact, the only thing lately that's come close has been the girl. I'm sure her appeal will wear off before long, but at least for now, she offers a certain newness. It doesn't replace the search for purpose, but it dulls the pain of it. A temporary reprieve. As I walk through the house, I hear voices. One is Akos, my younger brother. His voice is excited and enthusiastic, and I can't help but wonder what he is up to. I feel a twinge of jealousy that I know is silly, but can't avoid. I'm so spent and dull, and he's got a certain zest in his voice that I wish could be mine. I follow the sound of his voice, stopping outside of the library. There's no doubt that he's in there. I'm about to barge in, intent on discovering the source of his joy, when I'm frozen in my tracks. Another voice answers him. So different than any on Tilith. Soft, melodic, and lilting. I know that it's the girl from yesterday, and I wonder why I didn't notice it before. Did she always sound like that? I ponder it for a moment and realize that her voice isn't just pretty. It's happier than yesterday, lighter. Yesterday she was screaming for her life and afraid of what was happening to her. This is what she sounds like when she's relaxed, enjoying Akos' company. I decide that I don't mind it. I wouldn't have known that I cared about her comfort before now. But it turns out that it appeals to me, and I find myself suddenly motivated to make it last. I listen in on their conversation a while longer. I don't want to disrupt them. I think that I'm afraid that if they learn of my presence, it will take that magical quality out of her voice. As they talk, my ears perk up, cataloging their words. She doesn't just sound good. She's rather witty and intelligent, to my surprise. She has a certain humor that captivates me, not like the standard demon interactions. I thought that she was coming home with me as a plaything, akin to a new pet. But she's more than that, I see now. I'm listening so intently, caught up and hanging on her every word, that it startles me when Akos calls out for me. He spots me outside the door as I've gotten so distracted that I've forgotten to stay hidden. I jump to attention when he says my name, the moment broken. "Rej'thorek, you're home!" he exclaims. "Stop hiding out there and come in to say hello. I have a new friend I want you to meet." Something about this makes me chuckle to myself. I'm being introduced to the person who is here thanks to me. I've already met her, I think. The back of my neck heats as I recall teasing her naked body. We have certainly met. But I just step into the room, trying to act casual. "A new friend?" I repeat in an assured yet curious tone. "How nice." I lean against the doorframe, watching her from a distance. I don't want to scare her and ruin her mood. I prefer it when she's happy, I've decided. But I also don't want to seem weak and overeager. It's important that she knows that I could take her or leave her, that any attention I give her is my own choice. I don't know how long I'll keep her around, but I don't want her to grow spoiled or self-important. She looks up, and our eyes meet. It sends an electric thrill through me, a strange sensation unlike any I've experienced. She does more to me with just her eyes than others do with their entire bodies, and I don't know what to make of that yet. Her face lights up, the shock and surprise to see me there etched across her features. She doesn't look displeased by my appearance. There's a hint of nervousness, but underneath that, she seems almost relieved. I could be reading too much into it, the victim of wishful thinking. I study her face, wanting to know for sure, but then she looks away, blushing, and her expression changes to something shy and modest. My stomach coils, desire for her springing back to life with a renewed vigor. I don't know why I want her for myself so badly, but I do. She intrigues me in a way that I seem unable to escape. Even if I could remove myself from her, I don't want to. I want to explore the sensations she brings me, the passion she breathes into my tired life. I want to chase this high, ride this wave, and see how far we can go. I don't know what this fire is that she holds, but I'm not going to stop until I do. "You can talk to your friend later," I tell Akos. "Right now, it's my turn to get acquainted with her." Her lips part in surprise, and my gaze drops to them. She glances up and meets my eyes briefly, then looks away again. Her blush deepens until it blooms to the tips of her ears. I wonder where else humans blush, and what color she is underneath her clothes. I barely register Akos leaving the room. My mind has a tenuous grasp on anything but her. The only reason I pay any attention to him at all is because I want to know when we are finally alone. He departs quietly, and I study her in silence at first. I wanted her to myself, but now that I have her, my stomach flutters as though I am nervous to approach her. I have no explanation for these feelings. This is my home, and she belongs to me. I won her, and I will do with her as I please. I don't need to impress her or gain her approval. Why should I be nervous? She doesn't seem to notice, studiously avoiding my gaze. Her hands are folded demurely in her lap, and she stares down at her laced fingers. I slowly cross the room to sit beside her on the couch, wondering how to initiate a conversation with her. She was so light and carefree with Akos. I know that it isn't a competition, that it doesn't matter if she prefers his company to mine. She's mine in any case. I'll let Akos entertain her while I'm away, but only when I don't want her first. But for some reason it suddenly feels as though it matters very much if I can't please her the way that he did. I know that she enjoyed my touches the other day. To be honest, when I first brought her home, that was all I expected to do with her. It wasn't until I heard her talking with Akos that it occurred to me that I might want that too. Not just physical pleasure, but companionship. The conversation with a female could be as entertaining as bedroom games. I shake off my sudden attack of insecurity. I'm a prince after all. Why should I worry about what I can offer her? She's already doing well for herself, just being here with me. There's plenty of others like Yadina who find me perfectly suitable. Why am I tying myself into knots trying to impress this human? It's absurd, I know, but I can't seem to get rid of this gnawing feeling in my chest. She straightens herself up when I sit next to her. Her eyes are still on her hands, but then she darts a tentative look over to me. She doesn't meet my face, only looking somewhere around my chest, before she pulls her eyes away back to her hands. Despite my best efforts, I'm still tongue-tied. Her shyness is enchanting to me. I know that it's on me to speak first, but I can't think of anything to say. I suppose I've never relied on my conversational skills much in the past. I stare at her precious countenance, admiring her profile. She must sense me, because she shyly looks over again. This time, our eyes lock. There's a fluttering inside of me as I drink her in. I don't want her to look away before I get my fill, and my powerful hand comes up to cup her chin. Her gray eyes go wide, her eyebrows rising expectantly. I hold her face there, capturing every curve and plane with my mind. The slope of her nose, the slant of her forehead, the way her golden skin glows at the apple of her cheeks. Then I lean into her, claiming her mouth in a kiss so soft it surprises even me.
Chapter 13. Laura. His lips are as soft as I remember, a startling contrast to his outward appearance. Nothing about Rej'thorek looks tender, but his kisses somehow are, remarkably so. How can someone so fierce and so frightening be so gentle? To discover last night the way that he could excite me makes me so conflicted. I don't doubt at all how much I enjoyed it, or how much I enjoyed this kiss. It just seems impossible. I tear myself away from his heated lips, my head swimming with confusion. How can it be this good? Are all demons secretly excellent lovers, or is it just him? Or a darker thought, is there something wrong with me? Is it normal to enjoy this so much? I gaze at him, struggling to sort out the thoughts in my head. I want more, but it scares me at the same time. I've never desired someone this much, but what does he expect from me? He stares back, and his gaze reflects my confusion. He looks uncertain, as if he thinks I didn't enjoy the kiss as much as he did. I don't have the words to explain that I did like it, maybe too much. Even if I could tell him, I'm not sure that I want him to know. But he doesn't scold me or get angry. He could take it as a rejection and become hostile. I've seen that often enough to know how it happens, how spurning someone's advances can garner their rage. Instead, he furrows his brow in what seems to be concern. "Do you have everything you need here?" he asks. "Were you taken care of today while I was out?" I'm still caught up in the kiss, unable to pull the words together to answer him. I nod mutely, the most that I can get out over the electric current coursing through my body. There's a dull buzzing in my ears that I can barely hear him over. "Good," he says, and stands abruptly. I can feel the loss of him, and it disorients me. I want him back on the couch next to me. But as I'm trying to find a way to say so, he continues. "I'm pleased that everything was to your liking." And with that, he's gone. It feels like I've been dismissed. I suppose in a way I have been, even though he's the one who left. Is that all he wanted? One kiss? Now he's had enough. And he's gone. I know that I'm the one who ended the kiss, but it hadn't occurred to me that would be all that I get. I pulled away, not because I didn't want more, but because I was overwhelmed by just how much I wanted. I almost wish that he would have gotten mad when I refused him. If he had hit me for it, I could have been confident in knowing he deserved to be hated like the rest of his kind. It's easier to have an enemy than to pine for a friend, but he didn't leave me with anything that I could find fault with. I have no excuse I can cling to make myself feel better about his rejection. I want him more than ever, and it feels like he's completely indifferent to whether I desire him or not. Or is my self-sabotage the right course of action? Can I not bring myself to trust him? Not completely, because it forces me to recall how I was devastated by the promises that the Demon King made and refused to keep. The king pretended that he would take care of us all and remove us from our horrible enslavement on Protheka. I believed him, I trusted him, and I found myself enslaved again, trading one nightmare for another. Ending up in this house is an improvement, and his concern for my well-being does touch me, but I don't deserve it. It's been a long time since anyone took such pains for me. My sister used to, though that feels like another lifetime ago. Look how I repaid her for her concern, by selling her out to the Demon King and his minions. My whole family, all those people who trusted me. They depended on me to do the right thing, and I failed. I've caused so many people so much pain. It may be for the best that he scorns me, that he can walk away from me so easily. I desire him, but even if he can leave me satisfied, I haven't earned that. It feels like, if I dare to dream, I can picture myself staying happily ever after, kept safe here in this house. But why should I get that anyway, when others won't? And it's all my fault. I don't know which one I really want. I fantasize about this tender demon giving me what I don't deserve. It's the only thing that will assuage my vicious survivor's guilt, which is made more complicated by the fact that I don't know how the others are being kept. I don't know the extent of the damage I have caused. If they're doing well, I could alleviate some of my remorse, but I have no way of knowing what happened to them or how they paid for my choices. I'd like to think that Cora is doing well, that maybe she could even bring herself to forgive me someday. The last time I saw her, she had a demon who seemed prepared to take care of her. I hope that he did, that he still is. I hope that she has a good life, and I haven't stolen her happiness from her. But that still doesn't absolve me of what I did to Matt and Beth, I remind myself, my mood growing even darker. My ill-founded deal with the Demon King was supposed to get us away from the slave camps of Protheka and out from under the Dark Elves' reign. It did, even if it didn't bring us the joy I had once dreamed of. I hadn't stopped to think about the children, though. When I sold the women out, dooming them to live under the Demon King instead, that meant that no one was left in the camp to take care of the children. Whatever became of my little siblings, Matt and Beth, it still hurts me every day to admit that I may never know. They were left behind on Protheka, likely suffering under the same dark elves that I had been trying to escape. In my haste to get away, I forgot that me and Cora were the only ones there to protect them. I had left them defenseless and vulnerable. I had ripped down their safety net with my own hands. Where are they today? Are they miserable and in pain? Are they even still alive? Akos reminds me a bit of Matty. But Matt will never get to be here in this house, reading books quietly in a library undisturbed. He'll never have servants giving him baths or bringing him meals. I shouldn't either. I don't deserve any of this, and then I have the nerve to dream of more. To fantasize about the tender caress of a demon lover when I shouldn't even be alive. Overwhelmed by the grief that I rarely get to acknowledge, I can feel it washing over my body as though I might drown in it. I lay down on the soft couch, wishing more than anything that my family could be here instead of me. "I'm sorry," I whimper out, just like in the arena. "I'm so sorry." But it's not like the people who need to hear it can. Cora is nowhere near me, and I have no idea what happened to Matt and Beth. An unexpected sob escapes me, but it's like a dam burst and it's too late to stop. My shoulders start to shake with the force of my silent crying, the guilt racking my body. I hide my face against the cushion and let the hot tears fall.
Chapter 14. Rej'thorek. Thonir is a welcome company to help me keep my mind off my troubles. The human I've taken is more complex than I expected. I'm mulling over what exactly I should do with her. I desire her, but I find myself confused on how to act on it. She's mine now. One part of me knows that. I won her and brought her home with me. She's mine to do with as I like. So why do I find myself wanting her to approve of my actions? Why does the idea of her being dissatisfied by me leave me so empty? I owe her nothing, and I've already given her plenty. Why can't I seem to convince myself to use her as I wish? I don't want to keep traveling in these mental circles, at least not for tonight. So I've invited Thonir out for a few drinks, attempting to distract myself. I know that at some point, I'll have to come to terms with this strange cognitive dissonance that I have where she is concerned. But tonight is not for that. Unfortunately, Thonir does not seem to have gotten that message. He won't stop needling me with questions about the human that I'm trying so hard not to think about. "What are your plans for her?" he asks between drafts. "It would be cruel of you to send her back to the arena unless... You intend to keep her?" To all these questions, I draw an absolute blank. The only truthful answer I could give is that I don't know. But I can't admit that I'm not even sure myself what it is about her that compels me to keep her with no idea what I'm keeping her for. Finally, frustrated with his gentle interrogation, I deflect his next question. "She's just a plaything," I explain. "I'll get bored of her soon, I'm sure. But she's fun for now. A living trophy." I know that I'm lying. I just hope that Thonir doesn't. I've earned many trophies in my time, but none of them have consumed my every waking thought the way that she does. But I can't tell Thonir that. "She's a new plaything," I repeat, trying to convince us both. Judging by the look on his face, I'm not at all sure that he believes me. I know that I don't. But he at least drops the questions for the time being, which still feels like a small victory. We continue to drink, enough that I can feel my frustrations melting away. It numbs my mind enough to put an end to my overthinking, which brings me some relief. Thonir is one of my oldest companions, and the best choice to spend a relaxed evening with. Relaxation is exactly what I need right now. Unfortunately, it doesn't last long. I sense her before I see her. Yadina. She enters the bar, her face lighting up as soon as she spots me. Great, I think. I was almost having a good night, so of course she had to show up and put an end to it. She doesn't approach me right away. She's out with her entourage, and there's a certain degree of showing off that occurs among the matrons. She can't cave too quickly or pursue me too desperately. Instead, she pretends to be too busy to see me there. She sways back and forth, flitting around her entourage. The way that her hips swing is clearly for my benefit, but she has to continue to keep up the illusion that it isn't. I find it more irritating that she won't get right to the point. I've rejected her advances enough times that I'm used to it. If she would quit playing around, I could just reject her again and go back to enjoying my night. Instead, I sit here seething at her thinly disguised pining. It's enough to be disruptive, enough to derail my evening out. But she doesn't come close enough for me to tell her off. I know that no matter what her true intentions are, if I approach her table to demand that she leave me alone, it will look like I'm pursuing her. The last thing I want is to make her believe that I'm following her, so I have to grit my teeth and ignore it. But it makes my blood boil, being forced to wait for what I know is coming. It doesn't take long for her, emboldened by the other tittering females and males, to sidle up while I'm waiting for another drink. I try to step past her dismissively, but she positions herself just so. I'm already in a foul mood by the way she's ruined my night, and it doesn't take long to push me over the edge. She pushes me back until I have no choice, sitting down into my lap. "Get off!" I snap, having had enough. I've told her no enough times, and I shouldn't have to keep saying it. She leans in to lick my ear. The sensation makes me shudder with revulsion. "You don't have to play hard to get," she coos. "You know that I'm yours to use." "Where can I return you?" I insist. She pretends as though she doesn't hear me. I'm ready to boil over, but it's when she reaches under my clothing is when I can't control my rage. There's no line that she won't cross. Nothing she respects. Nothing that she listens to. I want her away from me, and I'm going to get it whether she likes it or not. I'm tired of being pushed around by some bossy, vapid matron that I've told time and time again to fuck off. I stand up, dropping her unceremoniously from my lap. She lands on the floor in a crumpled heap, her face broadcasting her startled surprise. The other matrons at a table stop giggling and abruptly go silent. The shock in the room is palpable. She's silent at first, not moving off the floor as she tries to take in what just happened. Then she stands up, propelled by her fury. I've humiliated her in front of her group. I'm not sorry at all, but I know that she can't let it go at that. I can feel her magics rising, her embarrassment and rage filling her. Her face burns and her expression is dark with fury. I know that her magic is nearly on par with mine, and that she could kill me if she wanted to. But I also know that she wouldn't dare. Her relentless pursuit of me is because of her desire to be tied to the royal family. If she kills me, she has nothing. Plus, my father and I may not get along. I'm not even convinced that he likes me. But he's not going to let some matron get away with killing his son, even if he wishes he could do the same thing most of the time. It's a matter of pride. Thonir stands up, coming to stand behind me. It's his silent way of reminding her that he has my back. He's trying to encourage her to remember her place before she does something that she might regret. As men, we're discouraged from squabbling with the matrons, but his loyalty is ultimately to me. She must be coming to the same realization that she needs to temper her reaction, because as high as her magic is, she doesn't unleash it. Instead, she tightens her lips in a thin line of barely contained fury, raises her hand in a dramatic fashion, and slaps me. Hard. Her open palm delivers a solid blow against my cheek, and I can feel the blood immediately rush to the skin's surface, angry and unsettled. I take the hit, knowing that there's no other recourse. She has to save face in this public scene, and I'm the one that put her into this position. I have no regrets, certain that she deserved it, but I also knew that payback would follow. If I pursue it any further, the situation will only become more volatile. But maybe I finally sent a clear message to her, one that will convince her to leave me alone. For that, it's worth taking the slap. She tilts her chin up, haughty and proud. "You will be mine," she hisses at me, her voice shaking with anger. "One way or another, you will be mine. It's only a matter of time." Then she tosses her red hair over her shoulders and turns her head to give the other demons in her entourage a piercing look. Spinning on her heel, she marches out the front door, never looking back. They scramble to their feet, whispering amongst themselves, and hurry to follow behind her. If they don't, it would be seen as a betrayal. I'm sure after the scene that she's just created, none of them are eager to make an enemy of her. I watch her leave, ignoring the stinging sensation in my cheek. My heart thrums with my own anger, vibrating through my body into a crescendo.
Chapter 15. Laura. It's not easy to drift off to sleep, not with the weight of my guilt hanging over me. I stare at the canopy mesh, lying in a bed made to suit a creature twice my size. A warm bed, good food. These are luxuries most humans can never partake in, and here I am, wallowing in paradise. It's difficult to imagine the other women, caged or worse. I hope, for their sakes, they're not like me. I grip my barren stomach. How was I to know that's all the Demon King wanted? I dare to close my eyes, seeing their faces again, drawn long, terrified. I bury my face in the pillow, as if that will do anything to banish the images. Outside my window, the storm rolls on. I'm starting to think it's a regular thing, in this city called Teelith. It feels unnatural. I miss the stars, the sun and the moon. Their absence is strange. They've been there my whole life, and now they're just gone. I remember how Cora and I used to play behind the settlement after a long day's work. I was exhausted and she had to coerce me into coming out, but it was always worth it. I took it for granted, the green fields and fluffy white clouds. We used to lie on a hill and watch them pass for hours before the sunset. It's in this memory that I find my exhaustion now, and my eyelids grow heavy. I can imagine I'm still living there, before my choices got others killed and taken. And maybe that's where Matt and Beth are right now, imagining a better world for themselves. That's when a door downstairs slams shut. It's not like Akos to make such noise. He's an expert at keeping quiet, at staying undetected unless he knows he's safe. Could it be? The steps creak under the weight of a demon's footsteps, and they grow closer with each passing second. I sit up as my door opens, and the silhouette of a demon stands in my doorway, It's him, I think, taking a tenuous breath. I gather the blanket around me. Rej'thorek, I say, the name hardly suited to my soft tongue. Akos told me it in confidence, and I rehearsed it for hours so it wouldn't sound silly when I finally used it in his presence. He doesn't respond. I can't be surprised. He does what he wants, when he wants to, regardless of what I say. But there's something different about him tonight. Like he has his own personal storm hanging around him. It crackles in the air between us as he approaches the bed. I shrink under his attention, his gaze bright as he takes me in. What do you want from me? The question sounds pathetic in the presence of him. My core warms against my better judgment. I have a feeling I already know.
You can check out the rest of the chapter uncut free on Kindle Unlimited. Chapter 16. Rethoric. This chapter is too hot for YouTube, but can be found on Kindle Unlimited.
Chapter 17. Laura. There's such a thing as too much of even the best things, and this night has been a veritable parade of the best. My muscles are sore, and my back is stiff. I've been used and abused, and enjoyed every minute of it. When he finally stops and pulls me into his arms to rest, it's a comfortable relief. There's a warmth of satisfaction that lingers between us. For the first time in a long time, it all feels like enough. The cloud that has been hanging over my head, waiting for the next tragedy, is out of sight. Finally, I've been dealt a winning hand, and I just want to make the most of it. I don't know how long it will last, but tonight, I'm just enjoying the moment and not asking. He takes up most of the bed, not leaving me much room to move. The bed felt so large before, when it was just me. But with him in it, I can tell that it must be sized for one demon. It's not designed for co-sleeping. It forces me to lay pressed up against his side, perched somewhat precariously so that I don't fall off the bed. I'm on my side, my leg draped over his. My head is on his shoulder, with his arm laying underneath me. It's comfortable enough if I don't make any sudden moves. There's no space between where he ends and I begin, and I'm close enough that I can feel every breath he takes. But I don't mind the closeness. I'm too out of my mind with the satisfaction to do anything but bask in his presence. At first, we're both mute, letting our heart rate slow. My breathing begins to return to normal. My brain, which was feeling almost drunk from the pleasure that it had absorbed for hours, starts to clear. I tilt my face up, giving him an appreciative little kiss on the neck. It's my way of showing him thanks. Just a few days ago, I faced what seemed to be a certain and painful death. And now I'm being taken care of so pleasurably, in every aspect, that it seems positively surreal. I cuddle against him, but watch his face. He's holding me, after all, so it seems safe to assume he's not opposed to affection. But he's still a demon, and I don't want to cause him any displeasure. Staying here has been going so well that I want to take extra care to not rock the boat. He doesn't object to my touch, and his body remains relaxed. There's a scowl marring his sharp, handsome features that I'm not sure how to interpret, and it seems to be at odds with his bright eyes. Finally he speaks. "Why aren't you fighting me?" I blink a few times, and now I'm the one who is surprised. I think over his question carefully, but I'm not sure how to respond. Slowly, truthfully, I admit, I don't see the point. His brow rumples in confusion, and it's clear that he still doesn't understand. "You claim me for your own. What would I gain by fighting you?" "But you don't have to give in this easily. You didn't resist at all." I bite my lip, thinking about it. Even when he puts it in that light, the idea makes no real sense to me. I like staying here with him, and I hope that he feels the same. "I don't want to go anywhere else," I confess, "so I might as well enjoy being here with you. What else would I do?" And it's true. I have no home of my own, no security without him, no way to provide for myself. I'm depending on him for everything that I need. Repaying his physical needs seems like the least I can do if that's what he desires. I frown a little, reflecting on the fact that this is the best setting that I've found myself in. I'm willing to keep him happy to stay here. If I do not please him, if I'm more trouble than I'm worth, he might put me back in the arena where he got me from. The thought is too unpleasant to voice out loud, especially in the positive energy of the current room. I don't want to mar the moment with such a chilling observation, so I keep it to myself. "Well, I'm very much in favor of enjoying you," he says in a husky tone. I'm soon distracted by him when he kisses my neck. He isn't as reckless or insistent as he was when he burst into my room. Instead, his caresses are soft and gentle. It takes my mind off my dark thoughts, and I relish the sensations that it brings. He strokes his hand over me, and it's comforting in a way that I didn't expect. I'm tired from our energetic lovemaking, but the way that his touch soothes me makes me feel like I could pass out again. He stops for a moment, sitting up suddenly. I look up to see where he has gone, missing the closeness. But he fetches the blankets, bunched at the bottom of the bed. He straightens them out. Then he lays back down, pulling them over us both. With one hand on my back, he traces his claws lightly in a circular pattern. My mind is clear and uncluttered, tuned in only to the pleasantness of his touch. I close my eyes and just let it wash over me. It's hard to believe that a demon can be this gentle, this soft. But he's surprised me from the very beginning. Maybe he always will. He does have a rough side, I remember. I smile to myself, recalling the earlier way he burst into my room. I enjoyed both sides of him, the passionate, controlling demon who wanted to claim me as his own, and the tender lover who wanted to take care of me. But then, unbidden, a thought strikes me. What had brought on that aggression? There must have been a trigger, something that induced the fury that I saw before. It was a side of him that I had never seen. Where had he come home from, and what had unleashed it? I knew nothing about him, really. "What happened today?" I ask him softly. His face darkens, but it disappears before I can read into it. "What do you mean?" he asks, and I can sense the tension behind his words. I'm instantly filled with remorse for bringing it up. I had gotten too relaxed, too comfortable, and forgot to keep my observations to myself. I need to remember my position here and hold my tongue. He brought me here for entertainment, not to remind him of unpleasantness and trouble. I had successfully managed to take his mind off whatever was troubling him, endearing me to him, and then just as easily I ruined it. "I'm sorry," I tell him. "I didn't mean to pry." His bright eyes glow, lighting up with surprise and humour. My apology has caught him off guard. He relaxes against me once more, tightening his arms around me. "It's okay," he murmurs, but it doesn't ease the misery that I feel right now. Why do I always ruin everything? Even in the best moments I can find a way to wreak havoc. "I like when you speak your mind," he admits. "I don't want you to stop. I may not answer right away, but don't let that stop you." He squeezes my arm, then leans over to place a soft kiss on my temple. "You didn't do anything wrong," he says firmly. I can't help the bitter laugh that seeps out. It's so harsh that I don't even recognize it as myself. I didn't do anything wrong. What would Cora say if she heard that? Or Matt, or Beth? If he only knew. Maybe I don't know anything about him, but I guess he knows just as little about me. And then, I think that maybe he should know. He should know what kind of a person he's caring for. I shouldn't mislead him and his kindness, and I still don't think I really deserve it. In a miserable voice, I can't help but contradict him. I've done a great many things wrong.
Chapter 18. Rej'thorek. The way that her emotions change rapidly fascinates me. I found her expressions intriguing from the very beginning, as she's so different from the matrons. Her face is soft and curved, round and full. It doesn't have the jagged lines and edges that we demons possess. It's probably not that unusual as far as humans go. But to me, these features seem very exotic for how unconventional they are. I find her strangely captivating. It's not just her outer appearance either. Inwardly, too, she seems so innocent and tender. It matches the soft, sloping face. That's why when she laughs that harsh, bitter laugh, I'm caught by surprise. "I've done a great many things wrong," she says, and her face darkens. This new emotion, this self-loathing pulls me in the same as every other one she has. But I don't know where it came from. She was so soft a moment ago, and now she's hard. But she's hard on herself, and I don't understand what has caused this. I consider asking her, but then I realize that there's many other things I need to know first. There's so much about her I haven't learned, and I need to start at the beginning. "What is your name?" I ask. "Laura," she says softly. "Laura," I repeat, liking the way that it feels in my mouth. It's soft and smooth, like her. But of course, I would like her name. I haven't found anything that I don't like yet. I like her face. I like her voice. I like her expressions. She's a tangled ball of all the most pleasing things with shiny blonde hair on top. I like the way that it feels to lay here with her in my arms. I like talking to her. It makes me feel like I'm being rewarded, just existing in the same space as her. It's the opposite of Yadina, whose presence is a punishment. I spend all my time when she's around trying to fling myself out of her orbit, clawing wildly to get as far away as I can, just to have to do it again a few hours later. I can't imagine ever feeling anything but grateful if I managed to ingratiate myself to Laura enough for her to greet me with joy. I'd enjoy every second by her side. I don't want to think of Yadina right now. She's too irritating to me, and I'm not going to waste 1 second of my time with Laura. Yadina has ruined enough of my days, and I won't give her this evening too. "Tell me about yourself, Laura," I invite. I want to know more about this mystical woman who has entranced me. I want to understand her and every fleeting expression that crosses her face. She turns her head to me, skeptical. "Tell you what?" I shrug. "Whatever you want to. Tell me who you are, where you came from." Laura hesitates, her lips parting, though no sound comes out. I can tell that she's not certain she believes me, that she wonders if I'll really want to know. But whatever she's about to say, I want to hear it. So I give her a nod, encouraging her to go ahead. This is enough to break down her reluctance. "I'm from Protheka, of course. My parents died when I was young. I was a slave to the dark elves on Tlu's." She carefully avoids mentioning how she ended up being captured by my father, the Demon King. I don't want to discuss that sensitive topic, at least not yet, and don't ask any questions. We have much to cover before that. "You've been a slave your whole life?" I clarify softly. It suddenly makes a lot more sense why she doesn't object to being kept by me. She was serious when she said she didn't want to be anywhere else. She wouldn't know what to do with freedom if she had it. A great sadness overwhelms me. It's such an unfamiliar feeling that it takes me a moment to process what it is. I'm not used to feeling sorry or sad for others. To be frank, I've never had much reason to care about anyone but myself. I guess that I knew I had the capacity for it. I took care of Akos and kept him from harm. I just never realized that my concern for Akos would turn out to not be an isolated incident, that I have true empathy for others, and it has only been those around me not deserving it that has kept me closed off. But the strange girl with the shiny blonde hair makes me want to try. She makes me want to consider so many things that I always assumed were not of interest to me. I don't know how she does it, but it's undeniable. Her soft voice continues to tell her harrowing story. The dark elves kept us in a human work camp. I helped take care of the kids mostly. They'd give us jobs to do, like knitting and fabrication of cloths for trade. That's why you enjoyed Akos's company, I realize. It reminds you of taking care of the children. Her face changes again, sad for a moment. "I guess it's something like that," she admits. "He reminds me of a little boy in particular." "Do you like to read?" I try, wanting to make her happy again. She blinks at me in confusion. "What?" "When I came home the other day, you were talking to Akos in the library," I say. "I thought maybe you liked reading." "Oh," she exclaims in surprise and then giggles. "I don't know. I guess a little. I really went in there looking for you. I was bored and the servants didn't let me go anywhere else." "What did you enjoy on Protheka?" I ask. "We didn't get much time for entertainment," she says. "Mostly we just entertained each other and tried to keep our spirits up, as much as we could, given the situation. We tell each other stories and jokes while we worked. One girl liked to sing songs. I was quiet, lost in my own reflections. It wasn't lost on me how privileged my life had been in many ways. As a prince, I have to meet certain expectations, but I also have been provided many opportunities. I have so much free time that I'd grown dissatisfied with how to spend it, traveling the island in search of greater challenges. I'd become weary of the ease that I lived my life with, wanting something that brought me a sense of purpose. But it had also left me blind, ignorant to the suffering of others. I find myself moved by her words once again, trying to envision such stifling circumstances. When you were in the cell by yourself, that must have been frightening, more than just entrapment. Your friends had been taken from you suddenly, I point out. Her face changes again as the words sink into her, and now she looks pensive. I never thought about that before, she admits slowly. I knew that I missed everyone, but I suppose you're right. It's more than that. They were an anchor for me. I've been reeling that I've lost them. That's why you were so eager to go look for companionship in the library, I muse aloud. I thought you'd be satisfied to wait in your room. Demons don't have this same need for socializing that most other creatures do, I explain. We're happy to stay to ourselves, and our circles grow mostly out of purpose or need. Companionship is a need, she points out softly. I know in a sense that she's right, but I don't know how to explain that I never thought so before. I've never enjoyed most of the company that has been forced upon me, except for Thonir and Akos. Even then, I often preferred to stay to myself. But now, with her in my arms, I can envision why someone would go out of their way to spend their spare time with another person. Just talking to her is pleasant, and I don't think I'd ever grow tired of it. There's another comfortable silence as we think this over. Then I clear my throat. Are you still finding everything satisfactory here? Are you being taken care of? I know that I've asked her this before, but suddenly I have a new urgency to give her whatever she needs. Oh yes, she reassures me. It's much better here than the Dark Elf camp. Is it strange, I begin slowly, having Dark Elves as servants, after the way they treated you on Protheka? Yes, she admits. I try to avoid them as much as I can. They act nothing like the ones on Protheka, though, but it's still hard to get used to. I nod. It's another circumstance that I hadn't considered. I can see that. These Dark Elves can't use magic against you, so you'll never have to worry about that. Our chaos magic is too strong and disrupts theirs, making them powerless. So here they have to live like the humans did on Protheka, she observes. I nod again. We've also wiped their memories. They'll never remember their old feelings toward humans, so you don't need to worry about any lingering prejudice. She hums to herself. The sound is melodic, and it makes me feel almost content. It's an odd feeling that I can be this satisfied by just a simple sound. I hum back, wanting to match her. For a brief second, it feels like we're on equal footing, and I don't hate it.
Chapter 19. Laura. I've been choosing my answers carefully, unsure how much I want to tell him. There's a part of me that wants him to know everything, all my terrible mistakes. I think that I might feel better to get it off my chest, and to finally be able to share my pain with someone else. But there's another part of me that's afraid to let him in. What if he judges me like Cora did? What if he's disgusted? I can hardly assume that he won't be. I'm so disgusted by myself. Why shouldn't he be? Eventually the debate solves itself when he asks me bluntly, "How did you end up here from Protheka?" I know about the raid, but I wasn't there. My eyes fill with tears at the question. I'm too tired to dance around it anymore, and I tell him exactly what he wants to know. The Demon King came to me in my dreams, through a mental connection. He told me that he wanted human women to bolster the demons. We would breed with the demons, and create a strong race of warriors that could defeat the Dark Elves of Protheka. Rej'thorik's mouth drops open in surprise, but he doesn't say anything. I continue. I wasn't even sure that it was real at first. I thought maybe it was all in my head. Some kind of an episode. Stress, maybe. Or just a very realistic fantasy. It seemed too wild to be true, you know. My tears begin to fall. Everything's spilling out of me now. But I hated the elves and what they were doing to us. So, when he promised me that he could help me get my revenge on them, I agreed. He said that we'd be cherished and taken care of. I'm sobbing openly, and he pulls me in to comfort me. But his face still looks stunned. I told him everything that he needed to know about the human settlement and how to invade. But when they came, it was nothing like the king promised me. It was just more death by a different set of hands. And I left my siblings behind to be worked to death by the dark elves. Wow, he says on a breath, and it's clear that what I've said has left him reeling. I knew that the women came from a work camp, but I didn't know that you were the one. My shoulders shake with my sobs. I never should have done it. I regret it every day. I ruined everything. I didn't even know it was real until the storm came and the demons showed up. And then it was too late. I couldn't stop it. I'm swept up in the memories of that horrible day. Even though I had been the one to make the arrangement with the king, I had never really expected it to happen. When the storm swept through and the demons took over, there was so much blood and death. But you're here now, he points out. You're better off with me than left to die as a slave of the dark elves, aren't you? He's right, that I'm better here than I was on Protheka. But I don't know how to make him understand that I nearly wasn't. That I sacrificed all the other women, thinking I could save them. I trusted the king who was ready to have me killed, because I was useless to his cause. Who knows what he might do to the others? I sit up, wiping my eyes. It's not just me, though. I'm the reason all those women were captured. What if they're going to be sacrificed in the arena to entertain the demons, the same way I was? My sister hates me now because of what I did. I pause, thinking it over. I don't know what happened to her, and she'll probably never talk to me again. The last time I saw her was before the king locked me in the cell. It's another harsh reminder of how stupid I was. I remember when I thought I was still the king's favourite, that he would take care of me and make me his. I would have been satisfied with that. I can still remember Cora's outrage. And now, I understand she was right. But it's too late to apologise. I will never be able to undo the harm that I caused, and it eats me up inside. I think it turned out okay for her, because she fell for the demon who captured her. He was granted permission to take her for himself, and only for him. She seemed relieved when the king agreed. Who was it? He asks, sitting up beside me. They called him the Kennel Master, I say with a shrug. Rej'thorek's eyes widen again. Then he throws his head back and laughs. The beast herder? He exclaims, dissolving into another fit of laughter. His laugh fills the room, though he begins to settle down. But every so often he laughs again. I'll have to see this for myself, he replies. I hadn't heard that the beast herder was bonded. He finally pulls himself together and grows serious again. Taking my hand in his, he gives me a solemn look. The other women will be okay. He tries to reassure me. The king really does need them to produce and grow our army. He wasn't lying about that. They'll take good care of them so that they can bear children. You were the only one they thought was barren. Thought? I echo, wondering what he means. He shrugs. I just don't know if the Sozogoroth were right. Only the gods can really know what's in your womb. I flinch at the mention of gods. They have never been kind to me. I hate the 13, I confess. I wonder if he will think I am blasphemous. Instead, he just wrinkles his brow in confusion. Who are the 13? I stare at him, agape with confusion. The gods. I thought everyone. You said gods. He shakes his head. Demons don't believe in the nonsense that the dark elves do. We have our 7 real immortal gods that we worship. This intrigues me. I've spent my life surrounded by the dark elves, and it's never really occurred to me to question their beliefs. I took them as truth, assuming that everyone had heard the same stories that we did. Until this moment, the idea of 13 beings sleeping underground, washing their hands of Protheka's problems, seemed indisputable. I had grown to resent them, wondering why they could let their favoured dark elves commit such atrocities in their name. The dark elves believed that they were the highest beings on Protheka because the 13 had bestowed the honour upon them. The idea that other groups, such as the demons, do not even believe in the 13 is hard to wrap my mind around at first. But it appeals to me, to think that these gods that the dark elves have used as an excuse to torture me are a lie. I'd like it to be true. "Tell me about your gods," I say. He seems to think about it for a moment. "Well, we have the god of war, god of whispers, god of the forge, god of dreams and god of the earth," he says, "and 2 goddesses, the goddess of destruction and the goddess of chaos." I grin a little at the names. "Your goddesses sound tough." "They are," he agrees. "Our beliefs are a far cry from the dark elves' ways. We value our females and their strength, because that is what allows our race to exist." I lie down, patting the bed beside me. He leans back, pulling me into his arms once more. "And we only need 7. That's because our 7 are twice as tough as theirs." "Do you ever wonder why they let us suffer so much?" I complain. "That's what I hate about the 13. Some of them think it's fair to make humans suffer the way we do, and some of them don't. But if they don't think we should be treated so badly, why don't they help us? Why don't they look out for us? They're gods." He strokes my short blonde hair thoughtfully. "In our religion, we don't ask the gods for help," he explains. "We believe that we must accomplish what we want or need for ourselves. If we fail, we didn't deserve it in the first place." I hum softly, thinking it over. "Maybe," he offers tentatively. "You had to accept my father's call. It was hard, but you would have stayed a slave of the dark elves otherwise. You accomplished what you needed for yourself, and now you are free to get what you deserve." "Maybe," I say slowly. I wonder what it is that I deserve. I'm still not sure if that is a good thing or not, for all the damage that I've caused. I've hurt so many people. I rest my head against his shoulder, burrowing into his side. With a sleepy yawn, I say, "Tell me more about your gods." He obliges, spinning fantastic tales of their bravery and lore. He never uses their names, explaining that only the Sosgaroth are permitted to do so. Everyone else can only use their title. My mind fills with the scenes that he describes, relishing the vivid stories of a world long gone. Before long, my sleepy eyes drop shut. As his words wash over me, I drift off into a peaceful sleep in his arms.
Chapter 20. Rej'thorek. A knock at the door wakes me up. I turn over and see Laura still snuggled up against me. I think about how she is the one I went to when I was upset. I have never found so much solace in another being. It makes me think. I've wanted a mate. Could she be the one? The circumstances that brought us together could be seen as strange, but nevertheless, she is here with me. The knocking grows more urgent. It annoys me, but I know it has a purpose. Not just anyone would rouse me from my sleep. Whatever it is, I should attend to it. Plus, I don't want the noise to wake up Laura. She had a strenuous night. I know humans are weaker and require more sensitive handling than some of the other species. But it's that softness that I treasure, so I don't mind extending the extra consideration. I sneak out of bed. It's not the smoothest process, given that Laura's limbs are tangled with mine. She turns over when I fully remove my weight from the mattress. Thankfully, her eyes stay closed. I dress myself and answer the door, stepping outside of the bedroom and closing it behind me. What is it? I look down at the servant sent to wake me. I know it isn't their fault I'm no longer in bed with Laura, but I can't help but be a little upset with the messenger. His Royal Excellency requests your presence. Their eyes refuse to look directly into mine. I must seem sufficiently annoyed. I hold down the deep sigh inside me. Talking to my father never proved fruitful, but I can't refuse. He's already angry with me because of my actions from the other day. It's better not to turn every struggle into a battle. I have to conserve my energy for our more important disagreements. Would you like me to escort you, my prince? No, I can make my own way. I prefer no escort, especially if it is one of my father's. Once I am gone, I am sure the Dark Elf will report everything he has seen to the king. The less time I spend around them, the better. I make my way to the throne room, unexcited. I enter without announcing myself. I know my father sensed my presence before seeing me. It's just formalities that he likes to enforce, and this is my way of letting him know these mandatory audiences are beginning to irk me. I stand, waiting for my father to tell me why he roused me out of my sleep. He seems more impatient than usual. Clearly I've upset him again. And now he is playing a game with me, letting the silence build between us while he stares at me with his glowing red eyes. I don't succumb due to lack of will. I don't want to get caught up in my father's games. Not when there are more enticing things waiting for me outside of this throne room. You summon me. My father shifts in his seat. His eyes stay on me as he begins talking. Yes, our conversation from before remains unresolved. I furrow my brow, unsure of what exactly my father is talking about. The last time he summoned me was to the arena. We spoke of the hunt and mates, children to be specific. He wants me to consider Yadina. The thought of mating with her makes me shudder. Mating with Yadina is a command I will not accept. Is this... You will find yourself a mate, he interrupts. Looks like I guessed correctly. A mate, I repeat. I don't care who, he continues. A slave, a matron, a willing Urgan if you must. You need to find someone to bear your children. That army of his. He is obsessed. I can understand his desire to have protection from the Dark Elves, but the lengths my father is willing to go disturbs me. Worse, it annoys me. I do not need to be told to find a mate, I say, dismissively. Then why haven't you found one yet? I'm tired of reminding you of your duty. If he's tired of saying it, I'm tired of hearing it. Being a prince affords me certain privileges, like rejecting Yadina without consequence, but it also means pressure from my father. Pressure to do what he wants when he wants me to. If there is one thing the King of Demons hates, it is being defied. And I've defied him many times, both publicly and secretly. I have yet to engage in a lethal rebellion, and it's impossible for me to gauge just when I will cross that line. I probably won't know until I'm dead. But I'd rather incur my father's wrath than bow down to him eternally. I am well aware of what you believe my duty to be, father, I reply, anxious to go back to my bed. Then fulfill it, he commands. You are a prince. Start acting like one. There are 8 other princes you can turn to who can operate in my stead. I haven't spoken to my brothers, so it is possible that they have gotten this exhausting speech, but I have a feeling the king is focusing most of his attention on me currently. Do not concern yourself with what your brothers do. Why not? There are only so many matrons and humans. I am sure a few of them are more than interested in breeding with them. He's wasting his time trying to convince me when he could find a willing participant ready to spread their seed. Yes, he laughs, but not in the humored way. There are those ready to do what is necessary, but we need everyone. If we're not careful, our numbers will decrease and make us vulnerable to an assault from Protheka. That's fine, but I am not interested in creating offspring, I answer once again, dismissively. After a childhood with a father whose face I'd never even seen, I found the prospect of children inconvenient. I never viewed myself as particularly warm or inviting, but I do want a home life that brings me comfort. I don't see myself as capable of that with a child. I never had it, so I cannot give it. All I can hope for is a mate that I can spend time with and not grow weary of them. I continue, my father staring back at me. I'd rather find a suitable mate to spend my life with. The chaos magic that surrounds my father bubbles with his anger. I know this is meant to intimidate me. The king only shows emotion when it is beneficial for him. I used to wonder if he was capable of feeling anything outside of a desire for power. I no longer worried myself with such thoughts, but it would be advantageous to know my father's plan if only to stay ahead of them. You are insolent, like your mother. It is foolish to waste time searching for such a connection. The royal blood flowing through your veins has a greater purpose. The low growl he emits is meant to act as a warning, one I do not heed. It is what I want, I say, standing firm, and I will take the consequences and sacrifices that come with it. You would sacrifice the livelihoods of your people for something so insignificant, he yells. I almost chuckle. The Demon King would subject his people to the harshest of circumstances if it meant he held on to his crown. I will fight when I am needed, and you should expect nothing more. The king leans back in his throne, shaking his head. The fabric of his hood swishes as his eyes bore holes into my skin. You waste your potential. I waste nothing. Oh? The room falls into silence for a few moments, as my father allows his disappointment of me to linger in the air. Years ago, this might have been devastating, but my concern regarding his opinion of me only extends to whether or not he wants me dead. You spend your days on useless hunts, attacking creatures that fall far below your rank, engaging in fights you know you will win. I hold my tongue, keeping myself from spitting out that he does not allow me to fight in a real battle. My victory against the Gilak only happened because I went against his orders. Everything good and exciting in my life is the product of a rebellion. Akos. Laura. My father gives me nothing, so I expect nothing. Are we finished? I ask, ready to depart. I have a word of advice for you, my son. Don't waste your royal blood on barren creatures. If you insist on a suitable match, make sure she is suitable in all areas. I can no longer keep a lid on my anger. My father attacks everything about me and then expects me to fall in line. And knowing the way he treated Laura. She is the reason he has so many options and the ability to build this formidable army of his, and yet he tosses her aside the second she is no longer useful to him. His lack of loyalty has left him with one tool: fear. But my father's wrath does not deter me anymore. Once again, your advice is useless to me. I storm out of the room before my father can say anything else to me. I've already crossed a line with him, and it's only going to get worse the longer I have to be in his presence. I start heading back to my house. I want to see Laura. She is the only thing that can help quiet the storm my father has awakened in me. Maybe it is foolish to rely so much on a human, but she's already wiggled her way into my thoughts, and I'm starting to like having her around.
Chapter 21. Laura. I wake up and Rej'thorek isn't with me any longer. I can't help but feel a little disappointed. I would have liked to wake up with him beside me after the night we shared, but I understand that he is a prince. He has duties and expectations. Us ending up together was an accident. It was misfortune that led me to Rej'thorek. I don't quite know how to feel about that. I have many regrets in my life, but I can't imagine life without Rej'thorek. It's crazy to think we've spent so little time together, but my feelings for him are so strong. I miss him. He was so sweet last night. I don't deserve such kindness. I probably should have let that beast in the arena kill me. It's what I deserve for leading my family into ruin. It's hard not to think about the captured women being kept in cages. A cage that I was in not so long ago. How did I end up basking in such luxury, while those who had done nothing wrong suffer? It makes my head hurt. I sit up, wrapping the blankets around myself. Pity does nothing. Life has shown me time and time again that it is cruel. Maybe it is better to cling to whatever kindness there is, as long as I'm allowed to. I slide out of bed and put my clothes on. The soft fabric hangs loosely around my figure, fitting itself seamlessly to me, and turning an impressive shade of maroon. So much in Rej'thorek's home is soft. I wouldn't have expected that in a kingdom full of demons. Everything about them is sharp. Their teeth, fingers, bodies. Maybe that is what draws them to softer things. I walk over to the mirror to get a good look at the marks on my skin. I turn around and see long, harsh lines running down my back. I go to the door, testing if it's unlocked. I don't know how much freedom I am truly allowed. He didn't comment when I said the servants barely allow me to move about, but Rej'thorek seems more permissive than the dark elves I used to work for. But I can't claim to know him or completely understand our relationship. I just know that there is something going on, and it's intense and maybe even a little scary. With my developing bruises and scars covered up, I turn the handle and find I'm not confined to the room. I do bump into one of Rej'thorek's slaves. It's so strange seeing dark elves as slaves. So much in Teelith feels upside down to me. I wouldn't say it's unpleasant, just different. My lady. The dark elf bows to me. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I have so much hatred for the dark elves who subjected my family, but this elf never did anything to me. It's possible they have only ever known Teelith. Like I said, upside down. Can I look around? I ask, this elf seeming more inclined to at least answer my questions. I haven't seen much of Rej'thorek's home. The parts I have seen appeared quite grand. I am sure the rest of it is much of the same. I can show you around, the elf replies, motioning me to follow. My only options yesterday were the sitting room and the library, but it would seem Rej'thorek has opened up more of his home to me. The dark elf lists a few rooms, but I choose to go to what is familiar first. Maybe I will run into Akos in the library again. Despite our difference in age, I find his company enjoyable. Like me, he has limited freedoms. Maybe that is why we connected so quickly. The dark elf keeps their distance as we reach the library. I head inside and call out Akos's name, but I don't get an answer. I don't sense another presence, but my senses are not as sharp as the demons. But I don't think Akos would hide from me. He must be somewhere else. I don't know where he resides in the house, and I am sure it is a well-guarded secret. Either way, he isn't here. I decide to take a book with me and pull one from the shelf at random. I exit the library and have the dark elf take me around to the rooms I have been permitted to go to. It's only a couple, but they are all beautiful. Demons have different sensibilities than elves. Admittedly, I have only seen Rej'thorek's home, but I like to think the other demons are like him. It gives me hope for the other humans in Teelith. Once I have seen what I am allowed to see, the dark elf takes me to the kitchen where a small feast awaits me. I do not know the different foods that are in Teelith, but some of them remind me of what is available in Protheka. I rarely got the chance to eat such decadent things. The dark elves often waste food. They are obsessed with all the trappings of wealth. A large facet of elven society is showing off the useless trinkets they would buy for large sums of money. But we mainly concerned ourselves with the food we could pilfer. As long as we didn't get caught, we could eat to our heart's content. But if a dark elf caught us with food that had passed through their table, punishments were given out generously. Humans are considered below garbage, so our mouths daring to eat the food they do not want, or our hands daring to hold on to the possessions they tossed aside, is seen as a great insult. I shake Protheka from my mind and focus on the meal before. I take a bite, closing my eyes as the tender meat melts in my mouth. I'm unable to get far into my meal, though. A knock at the door interrupts me. Who could that be? Rej'thorek would simply enter. This is his house after all, and that scary friend of his would do the same. I don't know if Akos is allowed outside, but I don't think knocking is something he needs to do either. Maybe Rej'thorek has a visitor. I cannot think of who it could be. He hasn't spoken much of his life. Most of what I know has come from Akos. I hear the door open, and a dark elf starts to greet someone, but there is a commotion. It sounds wrong. I wonder if I should do something, but what help could I offer? Plus, the dark elves are slaves here. It's possible what is happening at the front door isn't even something I can intervene in. But then things quiet down. I hold my breath, waiting for what is going to happen next. Hello? A smooth, feminine voice floats over to me. It isn't what I expected to hear. It's enough to pique my interest. I pick myself up and head to the front door. When I turn the corner, I come face to face with a demon. And she's beautiful. Her long, fire-red hair stands vibrant against her pale grey skin. She's only slightly taller than me, but her presence fills the entire room. I flinch under the gaze of her sharp black eyes. What is she doing here? I shouldn't be surprised that beautiful demon women visit Rej'thorek's home. Of course he had a life before I came crashing into it. It's just difficult to be confronted with it so suddenly. After getting over my awe of the demon in front of me, I notice the dark elf that usually opens the door is not there. That's strange. They are always ready to receive whoever comes through the door. I still don't quite know how I fit into his life, but I guess it wouldn't be harmful if I take over for the time being. Hello? The mysterious woman smiles at me kindly. So this is the little doll. Little doll? Is that what Rej'thorek calls me in front of his friends? A plaything? Just because I enjoy the role doesn't make me any less an object for his pleasure, but I thought he valued me more than that. The restraint he showed, and the conversation we had last night, gave me the impression that there was more going on. Maybe I got it wrong. Who are you? I managed to say. The woman doesn't answer my question, but she beckons me forward with a gesture of her hand. Come here, little doll, and let me see the stunning creature that has stolen the prince's affections. Her voice and her face remain kind, but I had a bad feeling about this. About her. But I'm not sure if I can refuse. Back on Protheka, if we didn't obey the commands of the Dark Elves, they would go as far as killing us if they felt so inclined. If Rej'thorek hears I didn't listen to his friend, would he hurt me? Get angry? Toss me out? I don't want to make him angry, so I take a reluctant stop forward. The woman patiently waits as I approach her. Even though I want to say no and wait for Rej'thorek to return, I go against my gut feeling because I don't feel like I have a choice. I swallow my fear and get close to this beautiful demon, hoping that my intuition is wrong.
Chapter 22. Rej'thorek. The years have given my father's words less effect on me, but he always finds a way to get under my skin. He knows where to strike to get a reaction. I hate giving him the satisfaction of seeing me upset, but my anger tends to boil over in his presence. But I refuse to let my father treat me like one of his pawns. I'll fight back until he realizes I've outgrown his games. There will certainly be pushback from our talk today. I will deal with the consequences later. Right now, my thoughts are focused on Laura. I wasn't lying when I told my father I wanted to find a mate, but I never thought these would be the circumstances. I'm addicted to her. I do wonder how Laura feels about us. Would she want to spend her life with me? Would she simply stay with me out of obligation? Or is it what she truly wants? The thought of not having her in my life pains me. It's why I blew up on my father. The fact that he thinks he can push me around and say who I can and cannot be with when I am a prince of the burning throne. And his words struck me to my core, which means I must have garnered feelings for the human woman. She seems to enjoy my company, but that attractive little head of hers is difficult to comprehend. Her emotions are more complex than I originally assumed. I'm open to understanding the wiles of humans because of her, and she seems open as well. Just cautions, which makes sense after my father's handling of her. The king's actions don't shock me. He will do anything to anyone if it means he'll end up the victor. But right now, I am focused on more carnal desires. I want to forget, and not think, if only for a few hours. Laura is a seductive escape that I cannot wait to indulge in. The second I cross the threshold of my front door, I can sense something is terribly wrong. I don't step too far into the house, my instincts taking over. It's too quiet, deadly quiet. The air is still, uninhabited. Usually one of my slaves would have approached me by now. But this isn't insubordination. Something is wrong. I enter, staying on high alert. I notice that Laura's scent is fading from the front entrance. It's possible she hasn't wandered this way all day, but I don't feel confident in that guess. I start walking around the house, calling out for a slave to appear. I also yell Laura's name, hoping that I've made some mistake, and she'll be just around some corner, waiting with that teasing smile of hers. But the deeper I explore, I realize that her scent is fading everywhere. Everyone has disappeared. Where could they have gone? I instructed my slaves to keep Laura inside. It had less to do with wanting to keep her confined, and more because I wanted her to be safe. There are many dangers in Tilith that could befall her. Laura was supposed to be protected in my home. Who would dare make a move on the house of the prince? Even though I have a lower rank than my father and brothers, The royal blood flowing through my veins affords my many privileges. It is how I have kept Akos hidden for so long. But he is a secret. No one is aware of his presence. The whole of Tilith is probably aware of my taking of Laura after the display I made in the arena. I do not regret saving her life, but it does mean there is a lot of attention on her. But I had viewed the attention as more of an inconvenience than a danger. Plus, I trained Akos to stay hidden. Laura is wary, but does she know who to avoid? If someone uninvited were to come to my home, would she interact with them? I should have spoken to her about how to keep herself safe. I should have prepared her. I still haven't found Laura or come across a single slave. Panic builds inside me. The silence is deafening. It taunts me, reminding me what a failure I am for failing to protect Laura. Akos! I call out for my brother. He must still be here. Akos's first instinct is to stay hidden. If something happened, he'd have waited for my return. As I'm shouting for him, he finally emerges, looking unharmed but shaken. Rej'thorek! Akos looks at me with wide eyes. I rush over to him and kneel down, gripping his shoulders tight. My anxiety is reaching a tipping point, but I don't want to take it out on my brother. I take a deep breath. It doesn't do much to calm me down, but it helps a little. What happened? Where's Laura? I ask. Akos doesn't answer me immediately. He still appears frightened. I need to calm myself if I'm going to get any information out of him. It's just us here. I won't let anything happen to you. I breathe with Akos, and the tension he's holding loosens. Sometimes I forget how young he is. He may be the son of the Demon King, but he's also a child, one who has been in hiding his entire life. Did you see what happened? I ask, this time with a more even tone. Akos nods. I saw everything. My heart pounds hearing those words coming out of Akos's mouth. His demeanor tells me that whatever happened was not good. What did you see? A matron came. She took Laura. The slaves tried to stop her, and she killed them all. All my slaves dead. Laura taken. By a matron, no less. Yadina. Anger surges through me, taking over my entire being. Yadina came to my house. She killed my slaves. She took my woman. I knew she was determined to have her way, but her actions crossed a line. The entitlement, the audacity. I didn't think Yadina was this stupid, but she's been blinded by greed. This time, being a matron will not protect her from my wrath. I rise as I think of all the ways I'm going to punish the bitch. I have held back for so long because of the treasured place matrons hold in our society. I gritted my teeth against Yadina's numerous unwanted advances. She had grown too comfortable thinking she could walk all over me. I should have struck sooner. I hate to admit it, but fear of my father still ruled over me. If I hadn't been worried about his reaction, I would have taken care of Yadina years ago. I had decided long ago not to let my father dictate my life anymore, but it took losing Laura to realize I wasn't fully committed to that ideal. But I don't care anymore. I will do whatever it takes to get Laura back. I look at Akos, who is visibly upset. I don't have time to comfort him. Not while Yadina has Laura in her grasp. I need to focus all of my attention on getting her back. It's not hard to guess what Yadina's plans are for Laura. Her cruelty rivals that of my father. The biggest difference is her ego distorts her worldview and leads her to make choices that ultimately work against her. Her ego is so inflated that she believes there is a path to carrying a royal heir. If only Yadina had left me alone. After I'm done with her, there won't be any question on my stance with her. I'll make sure she can never speak to me again. Today will be the end of her pursuit of me, whether she agrees to it or not. Chapter 23. Rej'thorek. The rage that fills me is so potent, it takes on a life of its own. It rises in waves of chaos, palpable and oppressive. I'm trying to keep my magic at bay, knowing the very real threat that I pose if I lose control. But it's hard to care when my sight has gone red. My self-control hangs by a tenuous thread that could snap at any moment. I can feel the chaotic energy blister and crackle under my surface, threatening to consume my physical form. I know that I have to act fast. There's no telling how far Yadina will go or what she will try. As long as Laura is in her hands, she's in terrible danger. I waste no time in grabbing my khopesh, strapping it to my belt. I'm coming back with Laura, one way or another, and I'm preparing for whatever it may take. Akos watches me with haunted eyes, silent. I know that he's upset by what he saw, but I know that the greatest source of his worry is for Laura, and the only way to solve that is to go after her. Not that I needed Akos to convince me. You stay here, I command. Hide and don't come out for anyone. No one, under any circumstances except me or Thonir. Do you understand? Akos knows that he's not to leave the house without me. As far as our father knows, Akos is dead. When Akos was born, our mother died in childbirth. My father blamed him and ordered him to be disposed of as punishment. I was given the orders to kill him myself. I couldn't follow through with it, and instead brought him home to live with me. My little secret. But if my father or one of the Trollvor guards should find him here, they'd execute him without hesitation. Concealing Akos is usually not much of an issue, as I value my privacy and don't let many guests in. But with the stunt that Yadina has pulled, I have no idea what might happen next. At least I know that I can trust Thonir to take care of Akos if something happens to me. Take some rations with you and hide behind the secret panel. You know the one, I instruct. It might be a while before I return. He nods, his yellow eyes solemn. With a grave expression, he backs out of the room to conceal himself upstairs. I throw open the front door, ready to storm out when I hear his timid call. Rej'thorek? He says from the top of the stairs. Yes. I grind out impatiently, wanting to get on with it. Good luck. He slinks off, disappearing down the hallway. I clench my jaw and charge outside, slamming the door behind me. I'm beside myself, trembling with rage. The sky overhead is a mad tempest, and it feels as though the perpetual storm here on this island broils with my mood. I can hear a staccato drumbeat in my ears, my blood pounding through my veins. My magic sparks from my fingertips, unable to be fully contained. The few people that I cross paths with on my walk shrink from my path. I can't blame them. Even I know that I am out of control. But I don't care, intent on my march toward the council circle. Most matrons live with each other in the inner circle, which make up the matron council. They go out as needed to find mates and bring them back here. Since Yadina is young, she is not on the council yet, but she still lives in the same circle, on the outskirts. I'd be able to track her down just by knowing where the matrons live, but I do have intimate knowledge of her home, from our singular tryst. One time, that's all it was. I'm not even sure why I finally gave in to her. She had set her sights on me for so long. I knew she was trouble. She wouldn't take no for an answer, and in a moment of weakness I made a choice I still regret. I know that she really doesn't care about me. She's just upset that she didn't get pregnant. She was desperate to bear my child, so that it could be her ticket into the royal family. Yadina has pursued me relentlessly ever since, hoping for a second chance. She's willing to do whatever it takes, resenting that I won't give her my seed. But breaking into my house and kidnapping Laura is a level that I never thought Yadina could stoop to. As bad as she has been, this is out of control. If I could go back in time and do it over, I'd never so much as look at her. I'd pretend I didn't even know her name. Anything for this possessive, dominating, jealous, tyrannical scourge to be out of my life. She's about to be. I'm going to make sure of that. Outside the circle of the matron houses are posted guards. As I approach, I realize that I had forgotten about them in my seething state. I don't care. I'll cut through them if I must. I don't miss a beat, storming up to them. There's only 2, which isn't so bad. I can take them with relative ease, but I'd rather try using my words first. Let me in, I demand. The guards stationed here are not of the highest echelon. Of course, we keep the matrons protected as they're so important to our society. Until the women arrived, they were our only means of reproduction. Since it takes matrons a very long time to bear a child, and they only can have a handful in their lifetime, we can't afford to be reckless with their lives. But because the matrons are so important and respected, there's rarely any real danger for them. Assaulting a matron is a serious offense, which prevents most problems. The guards are more for show than anything, and usually here is where one finds the guards who weren't good for much of anything else. Taking them in, I can tell that tonight is no exception. They look me over with a smirk. "Oh, well, since you asked," the tall one replies in a sarcastic tone, his lip curling over sharpened teeth. "Get lost," the shorter one says. My eyes burn with scorn and I speak, rolling over my vowels with dark intent. "If you don't move, I'll have you disposed of before nightfall." "Disposed of how?" the tall one replies warily. "The arena is short on Ergen, I hear." I don a disinterested frown. I might ask my father to pad the roster with useless Trollvor instead. A prince always gets what he wants. They look at each other, both clearly uncertain. I can see them communicating with their eyes. If they let me through and disobey the orders of their position, they could be reprimanded. But if they don't let me through and I follow through on my threats, they'll be facing a gilak. I know that I'm pushing my luck. They could call for reinforcements instead. My hand drops to the hilt of my weapon, itching for action. I don't care what I have to do. I'm ready for war. But then the short one caves, nodding at the tall one. The tall one sucks in his breath nervously, but steps aside. He waves his hand, gesturing that I should pass. Then both of their eyes dart around, taking in the scene to see if there are any witnesses of their discretion. My hand, which was tense and ready for action, goes slack. I won't need my weapon. In a way, I'm almost disappointed. My anger has driven me into a feral, animalistic state. A small part of me had hoped for a fight to satisfy my lust for blood. They're not my target, I remind myself, striding between them and entering the circle of houses. I have no doubt that I'm going to get the fight I desire, and I don't need to waste my time on them. The storm clouds overhead ensure that it's dark. It's always dark here, thanks to them. But it feels even dimmer than usual. My eyes glow, looking for a sign that will lead me to Laura. I observe each house, moving studiously, trying to discern which one belongs to Yadina. I thought I'd know it right away, but I'm starting to grow anxious. Where is she? And then I lock in, my target in sight.
Chapter 24. Laura. The cold bite of metal against my wrists is the first thing I sense upon waking. I don't recognize this place. There's little light here, but from what I can pass out in the dimness, it's a well-furnished bedroom. I'm alone in it, dangling from heavy manacles against the back wall. Beside me is a wide bed with tossed sheets. No question as to why. It's not hard to imagine how I got here. I remember walking into the foyer to witness a stunning female demon with delicately curved horns, so different from Rej'thorik's wicked sharp spires. I remember a struggle, and then everything going a prickling black, a sinister laugh driving me hard into unconsciousness. I tug on the restraints, but they only rattle against the wall. My body is heavy with exhaustion, and my new clothes have vanished. I squeeze my knees together, the last vestige of modesty. I can't even hide my face in my shoulder. I'm strung so tightly. The sockets of my arms are burning under my weight, a fair indication of how long I've been hanging here. When my eyes finally grow accustomed to the darkness, a door opens and light floods in, blinding me. A smooth, feminine voice breaks the silence. "You're awake." The door closes again, and soft illumination flares around the room.
You can check out the rest of the chapter uncut free on Kindle Unlimited. Chapter 25. Rej'thorek. takes all my strength not to splinter the door when I knock. There's a deep silence within, and at first, I think I might have gotten the wrong building. But the red curtains are drawn in the narrow windows, and through the haze of memory, I recall the proud archway, so different than the other structures in the matron's circle. It suits Yadina perfectly. Leave it to her to design a dwelling to be as ostentatious as its owner. A set of guards pass by. Their collective gaze slides to me, but they say nothing as I pound on the door a little harder. It must not be such an uncommon sight around here, and no doubt they recognize me as one of royal blood, even if I am a lesser-known prince. I sense the burn of their focus, but it fades when the door opens, and Yadina leans against the doorframe in a languid fashion. "Good evening," she murmurs. I swallow down a sudden revulsion. "Yadina." "I never thought you'd come, my prince," she says, her perfect mouth curling up at the edges. "What made you change your mind?" "Don't play coy," I say on a growl, glancing past her into her home. "Where is she?" Her face drops into something irritable, but only for a second before she collects herself. Her fingers slide up my chest, those wicked little nails chasing over my strong neck. "I have no idea what you're talking about, Reg. It's just you and me and my treasure chest of toys at your disposal." I ignore her vain prattling. My senses are already on high alert, and though there's a heavy reeking scent billowing out of her front door, there's a familiar scent just beneath, sharp with fear. It makes my nose curl, and I storm past Yadina, shoving her aside. Each room is dark and empty, hollow, like Yadina's cloying tone as she follows close behind. She could have any creature on Galmaleth, yet she chooses to torment me. "Reg, it isn't polite to ignore your host." "You took what was mine, Yadina," I say, whipping around to face her. "I won't ask again, where is she?" Her defiant expression cools for defeat, and she puts an arm out in the direction of her bedroom. "This way." A prickling rage raises the little hairs on the back of my neck. What did she do to Laura? At least to her credit, I don't smell blood or hear the sounds of human screams. Not yet, anyway. But I know how fierce Yadina can get when faced with competition, and if I'm being honest with myself, the rage is being fueled by a heavy undercurrent of fear. I'm a prince, and a demon at that. I shouldn't know fear, but my heart is racing and my breath is coming short when Yadina leads me to her bedroom at the back of the building, the largest room by far. Here she could entertain a dozen Volvath or one eager Gilak if she were so inclined. As opposed to the others, this one is illuminated with crackling chaos magic. My body goes rigid when the door swings open, and my gaze falls upon Laura, strung up helplessly to the wall beside the bed, her limbs taut with the strain. Her eyes are closed, and there's a stone gag in her mouth to keep her from speaking. She seems to rouse at the sound of the door closing behind us, and when her gaze falls upon me, her eyes widen to saucers. Tears spill over, and her voice is muffled by the heavy stone in her mouth. I tense as if to spring. I can smell a trace of her blood. Just as I'm about to close the distance, Yadina slips between us. She puts her hands on my chest again, as if she can stop me with her frail limbs. "Reg, wait." My upper lip curls to reveal my sharp teeth. "Get out of my way." "Please," she purrs, catching my face in her soft hands. "I'm not as greedy as you make me out to be. If you just let me show you how generous I am." "Generous?" The word burns on my tongue. I snatch her wrists and toss them, sending her back a step with the momentum. "You are selfish and short-sighted, Yadina. You have made an enemy because of your actions today. If you thought you had any chance with me, you were fooling yourself. There's no audience here for her to appeal to, no one to see her pout, no one to gauge her wounded pride and find her lacking. She has no reason to put on this facade, and yet she persists. Impossibly, irrationally. "That's not true," she whispers, her voice barely audible beneath the pounding in my ears. Her dark eyes are filled with sadness. I can't believe she truly feels. She can only play at emotions like a child with a knife, as dangerous to others as she is to herself. You just can't see how perfect we can be together. You and I, Reg, all of Tilith would bow down to our power. This city could not have a superior king and queen. A hot breath billows out of me, and I can't help but laugh, leaning back on my heels. Is that what you've wanted this whole time? Yes, her satisfaction is palpable. Keep your plaything for all I care, but give me an heir, a child we can raise together. That'll be stronger than even Asmodeus himself. We can change the course of this new world, Reg, but I need you. I need the royal blood that flows through your veins, and we can take the monster that sits on the throne. My mind spins with the tale she weaves. Taking on my father? She must be mad to consider such a thing. Your words are heresy, Yadina, and I will not entertain you or your machinations any longer. If you do not give her to me, I will not hesitate to kill me. She finishes softly, tilting her head as if the declaration confuses her. You would not dare. The whole of the council will be on you. I am a matron, and you are just a royal brat that doesn't know his place. As it was before, she murmurs, threading her fingers through her wild red hair. It should be again. You males have never quite grasped the burden of power. We matrons were built for it, or you were fashioned to keep us safe. It is all you're worth. The shackles rattle against the wall, tearing my attention away from Yadina and her wild accounts. Laura, I murmur, moving to release her from the matron's imprisonment. Already there is blood welling from nicks on her chest, and her thighs are striped with angry red lines. You've hurt her. Nothing she couldn't bear, Yadina says, linking her arm in mine as if to observe Laura with me. She is useless to your father's cause, I hear. Barren, unable to give you the children you deserve. I shake her off and go to Laura. You'll be all right, I tell her, trying to work the magic shackles. I'll get you down from there, and we'll go home together. Tears overflow as she leans into my touch. If you prefer, comes Yadina's delicate tone. We can play with her together. Frisson chases up my spine when I can't free Laura by natural means. Yadina has made the locks foolproof, bound tight with chaos magic that bites into Laura's soft skin. I'm willing to share, she murmurs, linking her arms around me and digging her sharp nails into my tunic, the cloth shredding beneath them. If that's what you want, though I'm not sure what you find appealing about a creature that seems so fragile. You have a choice, my love. As she releases me, the air fizzles with chaos magic, and the hairs in my nostrils burn on an inhale. You could have everything, or nothing at all. If I move, Laura will be burned by Yadina's magic, but if I give in, if I surrender to Yadina and go with her plan, then I will contend with not only an insane mate, but a death sentence at the hands of my father. Yadina, I say slowly, turning to face her. She's glowing with a quiet rage of her own, her pale skin luminous as sparks of chaotic energy dance around her crown as she stares up at me with hard eyes. She is a fearsome image of the goddess of destruction, herself. I'd be an idiot to defy her in this moment, but the pendulum of my heart swings in a different direction. She has never understood the annals of my passions, and even now, she wishes to impose on me a future I do not want in exchange for her own sick urges. I have no desire to challenge my father. If he heard of your intentions, he would sanction your death, himself. Yadina's dark eyes flash with glee. Then it is good there are no witnesses. Her gaze strays to Laura, which is shielded by my body. Well, just the one, I suppose. This is no longer a bargain. She means to kill my Laura to get what she wants. You need me, Rej'thorek. You just can't seem to figure it out. At that, I flash her a hateful grin. No one needs you, Yadina. That's why you delight in taking what doesn't belong to you. Chapter 26. Rej'thorek. Is that so? Yadina finally breaks our shared gaze, feigning at melancholy as she cools from whatever has possessed her. I suppose I should have expected. Her laugh is soft, wistful, that you would see it that way. What is she on about? Even if Laura were just a plaything, as Yadina assumes, taking that which belongs to another is a crime even a matron cannot avoid. Theft is not tolerated in Tilith, as it wasn't before we came to Protheka. Unfortunate for Yadina that Laura's not just a fixation, she's mine. You came into my home, I say softly, encouraging the wild demoness to raise her gaze again. You stole my human to be used as fodder for your evil designs. You must be mad to blackmail me, a prince of the burning throne, fourth son of King Asmodeus. Do you think my whispers don't hold sway in my father's ear? I pause for a moment, my anger boiling over. If I tell him what you've done, he would have you dragged into the square and made example of, matron or not. You forget that the old ways no longer hold sway in the current state of things. You matrons have grown complacent in your few numbers, and now your control is being threatened by those you deem beneath you, like Laura and the rest of her kind. A small sneer forms on her face. It has a name. I made a mistake giving in to you, Yadina. My words are as effective as any blow, sufficiently stunning her. This place, I say of her room, her house beyond, and the circle of matron dwellings beyond that, is a den of dark covenants, forged out of necessity of our race, but you cannot stand not being the arbiter any longer. I can see why my father has outmoded you. Her slap leaves claw marks chasing over my cheek, the lines burning with a hateful verbena. You will have me, she shrieks, baring her teeth at me, her face drawn long in a dark sort of agony. Or you will not leave here alive. My ears prick at the sound of a muffled whine and shackles jangling. I've not forgotten you, Laura, I want to tell her. Just let me quell the beast, first. You poisoned your claws to torture her, didn't you? I ask, tracing the burn along my jaw, blood coming away on my fingertips. Even now, every word you speak is a perjury. The burning throne will never be yours, and no matter how many princes you may ensnare. I put a hand to my chest. This one will never belong to you. Now, release my woman, or my father will hear about your treasonous claims. Revulsion overcomes her porcelain features. I think my words may have broken her when she devolves into a cackling laughter, holding her stomach with the weight of her ill humor. Your woman? She breathes between another bout of laughter. Leave it to you, Reg, she cools, sweeping tears from her dark eyes. To fall for an animal instead of a proper mate. A frosty chill courses through me, but can I blame her for thinking such? I thought the same for a time, before I witnessed Laura's many emotions, her heavy grief and regrets, and the depth of her passions, so eager and willing. I cannot put it all into words under Yadina's derision, but something deeper rises up, an instinct to protect my own, with words or fists, doesn't matter. I measure her up, reminding myself that she is a matron, and as powerful as they are, she is not of royal blood. She cannot take the full focus of my ire. You are mad, I say instead, quiet and even. And broken. What is broken is this damned city. Her humor is gone in a flash, replaced by seething rage, her arms rigid at her sides. Run by a coward of a king and his useless sons. It is a wonder that anyone follows Asmodeus's rancid seed. You do not mean that— I mean every word, she spits, her whole body quivering now. Did you think I made a fool of myself in public because I liked you? I needed you. But now, I'm beginning to think the spawn of a Trollvor would have more backbone than any of your lot. The others follow the Demon King because they are frightened. She straightens, and the trembling in her limbs subsides. I do not possess fear. I purse my lips. I know. Yadina pauses, but only for a moment, her eyes flaring with uncertainty. There's something vulnerable about her expression before it disappears for that tight confidence I've become so familiar with. You know nothing. Yadina, you're not thinking straight, I reply. Release her and be done with this. Let us leave without incident, and I won't tell my father what you have confessed here today. Neither of us will. It's too late. Yadina's smile is too broad. The bitch knows, and she'll squeal under the softest of tortures. I cannot let her loose. And you are as fickle as your father. She beams up at me, her gaze trailing to the lines she drew across my face. The moment you step out of my front door, you will damn me. You have damned yourself, I say in turn, reaching to cup her cheek. She takes it as a welcoming gesture, though she must sense the threat as the claw of my thumb tightens around her jaw. She yields when I drag her in by the throat. You could have been a matron to be envied, I murmur against her cheek, feeling her delicate arms wrap around me and tighten. You could have been great. Her breath flits through my hair. You think so? I know so, I whisper, my grip tightening around her pretty neck. Just a little more, and it will cut off her breathing. I press my thumb into the hollow of her throat. Her breath comes ragged, as if it is our first night together. You don't have it in you, Reg. You have no proof if you kill me here. Drag me to court, I dare you. No, I say. It ends here tonight. I should have done this a long time ago. Laura writhes against the wall, whining behind the gag. It must be Yadina's magic wrapped around her wrists and sinking into her flesh. The poison will have to be drawn out, but we still have plenty of time. It's Yadina that's running out. Even as we're locked against each other, her death inevitable, she tucks her hands beneath my shirt and feels up my hard stomach. Is it all a joke to her? I've never met a demon with more disregard for their own life. Most would be fighting tooth and nail to survive, especially caught in the grip of a prince. I thought matrons had more power than this, but maybe she isn't using hers. Just moments ago, she was destruction, incarnate. Now she is demure again, soft. Is this what you want? It's not about what I want. Her smile presses against my cut cheek, and her tongue slips out to sweep the blood away. I know you, Rej'thorek, like that human never will. She will soon break anyway, under your violent passions, and she cannot possibly love the one who holds her chains. Yadina's words are a poison in and of themselves. They let a little doubt it, and it overshadows all our memories together. But I have to hold firm. Yadina is a master of deceit, and she will do anything to win me over. My hand is already in place to snap her neck. I just have to do it. Well, she taunts sweetly, running her cool fingers over my pecs and down my tight stomach. Are you going to kill me? Or are you going to let me keep the woman? I promise I'll take good care of her for you. My grip tightens. Yadina's air cuts off and her nails bite into my chest as if she means to take me with her. I grunt and tear her back, keeping my fist clenched around her neck and raise her high. Her eyes are already bulging, and her skin is darkening with unhealthy splotches. I almost expect to find blood running from her mouth as it gapes for air. But even as she struggles, chaos magic surges in the room, brightening the lights and causing them to flicker dangerously. She claws at my face, trying to stop me from doing what I must do. Yadina is a problem that I've had to take care of for a long time now. I just didn't have the heart. Now it's either her or Laura, and the choice is easy. But even as I sense my imminent victory, tightening further and feeling the bones of her neck grind together unnaturally, her eyes flit to the wall behind me, and a stray hand comes up, dripping with dark energy. I feel more than see the bolt leave her fingertips. The world slows as two things happen at once. Yadina's neck finally has the good sense to snap, stealing the light from her features. And Laura, the bolt shoots straight into her chest. I drop the corpse and whip around to see Laura go limp, even as the shackles finally release her. I catch her before she hits the floor, staring at the dark, uneven mark between her breasts that burrows deep into her heart. I clap my palm over the mark in an attempt to draw the poison out. No! And while I fight for Laura's next breath, Yadina's words continue to haunt me. You could have everything, or nothing at all.
Chapter 27. Laura. Everything around me is dark. It's the deepest pitchiest black that I've ever seen. But it isn't scary. I feel warm, comfortable as I float through the vast expanse of nothingness. I can't tell how long it will stretch on for, but I don't mind. I could stay here forever, floating on this inky river. And then there's a buzzing that fills my ears. The river is still nice enough, but the noise is jarring. I look around, trying to figure out where it is coming from. But it's dark, and I can't see. Eventually, though, I begin to piece together. It's coming from me. I lift one hand to my ear, trying to make it stop. Nothing helps, until I sink down to the bottom of the river. The noise finally fades as I drown beneath the jet-black water. It's thick and fills my lungs. I can't help but wonder why I'm breathing it in. Don't I know that this is drowning? But somehow, even though it's thick and viscous, I can breathe easy. And then there's a pressure in my chest, a squeezing sensation that pushes down hard. The jelly whooshes out of my lungs as I fall out the bottom of the river and into the sky. Waking comes slowly. Sensations begin to creep in, at the edges of my eyes, that tell me I am coming back to life. But all I can focus on is the feeling. Like I am covered by clouds, cottony and soft. Such a wonderful feeling that I just want to lie here, drifting. As the sleep begins to recede and my brain restarts, I realise that I'm not up in the sky. There are no clouds. There's a bed beneath me and blankets above, but my eyes are so heavy. It's like they are sealed shut. I just lie there stubbornly, not wanting to open them. How did my throat get so dry? My mind is too restless to stop, and it won't leave me suspended for long. It pulls me into wretched lucidity. As it does, everything suddenly comes back to me in a rush. A woman with long red hair who appeared and took me by surprise. She hated me. She was going to kill me. She took me away, kidnapping me from Rej'thorek's home. The feeling of tight shackles holding me up against a cold wall. But they aren't there now. Even with my eyes closed, I can tell that. I'm in a bed. What happened? Like being doused with cold water, I recall the way that she threatened me. She wanted to cut me, to ruin my face. I squint, my eyes shut tighter, as if I can block it all out. It doesn't feel like I'm in danger, but I'm not sure I want to open my eyes and find out. If I just stay here, I can pretend that everything is fine. But I need answers. I can't stop thinking about it until I check for myself. I tentatively lift one nervous hand to feel my face. I'm all in one piece, I notice with relief. That evil demon woman hasn't cut me up like she had promised. My eyes fly open. I recognise the veiled canopy. It takes only a second to realise that I'm in the comfort of my bedroom. I'm safe. I'm home. Tentatively, I stretch out one leg and then the other, one arm and then the other. Everything seems to be in place, working the same way it always has. But there's a pervasive discomfort, a stiffness that echoes through my body and reminds me of what I've been through. But besides that, I feel mostly unchanged. I try to think back, to recall the events from earlier. Everything is hazy, and I can't make sense of it. It's like trying to find the end of a tangled ball of yarn to pull it apart. I remember seeing Rej'thorek. I think he came in near the end. But I don't remember what happened after. The memory of a crippling pain in my chest, excruciating and hot, springs to mind. I recall how it left me breathless, certain I would die. And then everything went black. I must have passed out from the pain. I pour open my shirt, wanting to see for myself. The movement makes me wince in pain, my muscles sore and screaming out in protest. On my chest is a dark mark. It sits over my heart, and it's about as big as my open palm. It looks like a tattoo, as if someone had painted it on. The centre of it is solid black, an uneven and irregular oval with branches that vein off at the sides. It reminds me of a firework blast, without the colourful display. I stare at it in disbelief, full of wonder that it doesn't seem to hurt. It looks as though it should be incredibly painful, but I can't feel a thing. I even poke it with a finger to make sure. What is this? Suddenly I sense a motion overhead. I tear my eyes away from the mark to look up. Rej'thorek is standing over me. His bright eyes are hard, unreadable. "You're awake," he says. He kneels beside my bed, pushing my short blonde hair back from my face to gaze at me. "You're awake," he repeats as though he needs to confirm it. "Yes," I say with a weak laugh. "I'm awake. What happened?" I ask, trying to piece all the fragments together. He shakes his head in disbelief, apparently still stunned by her actions. "Yadina, the matron that kidnapped you, attacked you to get to me," he admits. "She was convinced that I belonged to her, and she was so driven by jealousy to keep me that she went after you, not because she loved me. She wanted to take the throne for herself." Bits and pieces come back to me. Her pleading with Rej'thorek to choose her, begging him to give her what she wanted, insisting that he could keep us both, then demanding everything when he did not comply. "I saw what happened and came straight away to save you from Yadina," he explains. "But I couldn't stop her from using her magic against you." His expression darkens momentarily, full of sorrow. "You'll have that mark for the rest of your life, I'm afraid," he tells me. "She struck you with a poison bolt, but I was able to draw the poison out of your heart in time before it killed you." "I'm going to be okay," I ask tentatively. "Considering all that I've been through, I feel good. Better than good." "Yes," he murmurs. "You're safe now, and I'm going to keep it that way. How do you feel?" I glance down again at the mark on my chest, rubbing it contemplatively. It will take me some time to get used to it, but it could be worse. I could be dead. "I feel fine," I admit slowly, unable to fully believe it myself. I push the blanket aside, pulling myself upright so that I can examine my body more closely. I wiggle my fingers and my toes, scrutinizing for anything that seems amiss. My wrists are still red from where I was bound, but everything else seems to be just like it's supposed to be. I sink back in the bed, looking up at his expectant face. "Really, I'm fine," I repeat. "I'm a little bit stiff and sore, but there's no pain." He leans over, giving me a kiss that is gentle and sincere. It makes my heart flutter from the tenderness of the gesture. "Thank you, Rej'thorek, for rescuing me." "I'd do it 1,000 times if I had to." His easy expression firms. Of course, I don't intend to let it happen again. A terrible thought strikes me, and I sit up with a jerk. "What about Akos?" "He's fine," he assures me, catching my hand in his. "He was a bit shaken up by it all. But now that you're okay, he will be too. Nothing happened to him." I let out a shaky sigh of relief, my body going lax again. "Whenever you are ready, breakfast is waiting," he says. Then he stands up, holding his hands out to help me out of bed. I slide out from the sheets, letting my legs dangle over the side of the bed. Putting my hands in his, I allow him to pull me gently to my feet. He wraps his arms around my waist, and we pause for a moment to just look into each other's eyes. That alone makes the effort of getting up worth it. He kisses me once more, this time deeply. Pleasure and relief resonate throughout my body, and for a moment I forget about everything else. Chapter 28. Laura. We both tuck into our breakfast. After everything I've been through, I'm starving. I keep my focus on the plate before me at first, but it doesn't take long before my mind shifts toward the demon across from me. I can't believe that I have someone in my life who takes such good care of me. After all of the mistakes that I have made, it's unbelievable to think that someone like him wants to protect me. I don't know that I deserve it, but I'm so glad to have it. I pick up my mug, lifting it to my face. I take a deep drink of the curious dark liquid, finding it sugary and warm, enjoying it almost as much as the company. But as I do, I can't help but wonder what I can do for Rej'thorek. He's given me so much. I set the cup down and gaze at him. Reg is so fantastic that I really don't know what to do with it. How did I get so lucky? I can feel a dollop of cream that clings to my lip. I lick it away, idly. And then I see his gaze alight on my lips, staring, His nostrils flare, and I have an idea of just what I want to offer him. If I'm being honest, it's as much a treat for me as for him.
You can check out the rest of the chapter uncut free on Kindle Unlimited. Chapter 29. Rej'thorek. I want to do something special for Laura. Something that shows her how much I appreciate having her in my life. Something that shows her that I won't take her for granted, especially after I came so close to losing her. The first step was sending Akos away for a week. He went to stay with Thonir. I know he'll be happy spending quality time with his own personal hero. Not only did Akos not mind, but it was quickly becoming something of a necessity. We had been celebrating Laura's safe return far too often that it was getting hard to keep it a secret. Best to get him out of the house so that we could enjoy each other's company without fear of scarring the poor boy. And enjoy each other's company we have. The last few days had been spent in joyous and deep intimacy. We hadn't done anything of note, just spent time together, having fun, lounging around and making love every spare moment of the day. Tonight, though, all that is going to change. Not the fun or the lovemaking, of course. I plan to keep that on the menu indefinitely. But tonight, I don't plan on spending an ordinary evening lounging around the house. With any luck, tonight was going to be remarkable. Memorable. A night that Laura would remember for the rest of her life. I had made it clear that we wanted the house to ourselves, even going as far as to send my new servants to rest in their rooms. We have all the space and privacy we could want now. I begin by telling Laura that I have something I want to show her. Her eager face looks at me with curious expectancy, following me up the stairs to the second story. When we arrive on the landing, she looks confused. She's been here countless times, and I'm sure she's wondering what's so special about this place. But then I point to another set of stairs leading even higher. With a grin, I gesture for her to follow me. She does willingly, trusting me implicitly. Still, I can see the curiosity in her eyes. The stairs lead to the open deck on the top of the manor. It does have some potential as a useful vantage point, thanks to its height over Teelith. But I use it infrequently. There isn't much on the ground that I ever feel the need to observe, and the constant storms above the island mean that there isn't much reason to look up either. She doesn't seem to mind the lack of a view. Or perhaps she's excited by the rows of lit candles that I have scattered around, wanting to make the night special. Her eyes light up when she sees her new surroundings, muted pleasure passing over her soft features. "I didn't know this was up here," she says, turning in a slow circle and taking in the view. Dinner has been prepared and set out on a small round table, already waiting for us. We eat it together, talking and laughing as we enjoy our meal. There's warm bread and roasted binmo, along with a sharp cheese and fruit salad. We eat the food at a leisurely pace, though it's hard for me to contain my impatience. I know that something better is still coming, and it's hard not to be distracted by my excitement. I try to act normal, however, playing at indifference. I don't want to rush her, as the meal is only the first part of the celebration. The whole evening is significant, and it's important to me that it goes without a hitch, even if I'm eager for the surprise and can't make myself focus on the food. As the dinner draws to a close, she's still finishing her dessert. I watch her twirl her spoon slowly through the custard dish, and it seems to be taking forever. I feel like I'm squirming in my chair so much that I can't believe she doesn't seem to notice. But eventually, she's finished. She sets the spoon down in the dish, and I practically pop out of my seat to rush over to her. She giggles in surprise, sensing my out-of-character urgency. "What's going on, Reg?" "Nothing. I just want to show you something." I will myself to tamp it down a notch. Slowly sliding her chair out and forcing myself to show some restraint, I offer her my hand and help her to her feet. Then I lead her across the deck to a small divan. "Wait here," I instruct, gently urging her to sit. My hand still on her shoulders, I give her a solemn look. She blinks, then wrinkles her nose, not sure why this is so important to me. "Okay," she agrees slowly, an unspoken question lingering in her voice. I don't bother to explain. It will all be clear soon enough. Taking a few steps back, I draw up my chaos magic. I can feel it surge through my body, and when I am ready, I wave toward the sky. The dark clouds over our heads part, creating a small window for us to see the moon through. It is the first time that she has seen the moonlight since arriving on our floating island of Galmaleth. We demons are so used to the clouds that always cover the sun and moon that we often don't notice the absence, but I had a feeling she might like this. I move closer to her again, hopeful eyes watching her face to see her reaction. She's silent, but she stares up, looking completely enamored. Her exultant expression is unmistakable, and I'm as overjoyed as she is, just to see her eyes glow with wonder. After a long, quiet moment, she tears her gaze away long enough to stare at me. I'm close enough to see that they shimmer with unshed tears of happiness. I saw it every night on Protheka, and I took it for granted, she says in a hushed voice that's nearly a whisper. I never imagined that there would come a time I couldn't see it again, or what it would feel like to realize what I had lost. I know it sounds silly, but it reminds me of before, of home. Doesn't sound silly to me at all. I settle myself on the divan beside her. She rests her head against my shoulder, but glances up so that she can keep the moon in her sight. Thank you. I'm too busy remembering a time when I thought I might lose her. I can relate to having something special, but having it so close that you forget just how important it is. It isn't until you realize that it may not be yours forever that you can truly appreciate what it would mean to lose it. I pull her down with me to lay on the divan so that we can stargaze together. We're pushed together quite tight, as there isn't much room. But I don't think either of us minds. Occasionally, she breaks the silence with a story. Some of them are lessons she learned, like the different names of the stars or how they can be used to tell direction. Others are from her life, like the time she and her sister had stayed up late and snuck outside to watch a meteor shower. But most of the time she is quiet and entranced by the show beyond the storm. I'm as enchanted as her, but not by the stars. They're beautiful, but what's even more amazing to me is the way that they reflect in her gray eyes. I prop up on my arm so that I can look down on her. Moonlight can be beautiful, but watching her in the moonlight is breathtaking. She falls quiet once more while I'm still staring at her, and finally glances at me again. What? She asks, a titter in her tone. Is something the matter? Why do you keep looking at me like that? I open my mouth, prepared to answer. But then I close it again, as a different thought strikes me. It's something that I had planned to say tonight anyway, and this seems to be the perfect moment. Be mine, I finally say. Not a slave, not because you have to or because I won you in the arena. Be mine, my partner, my mate, my equal. Stay with me. Make a life with me. It all comes out in a rush, nothing like I had planned it. It's nowhere near as polished as I had meant to deliver my speech. But it's from the heart, and it's genuine. She sits up abruptly and stares at me with her mouth agape. I follow her lead, pushing up with one arm to sit beside her. Her gray eyes are blank and I feel a flutter in my chest. Why isn't she saying anything? But then the shock fades from her face and she finds her voice. Yes, she agrees, throwing her arms around my neck and burying her heated face in my shoulder. Yes, I will be your mate. And my equal, I remind her, wanting her to understand that she isn't my property or a slave. This must be her choice that she feels free to make. And your equal, she agrees. She's still latched onto my neck, squeezing. I return the gesture, returning the embrace. Then, as she pulls back, I capture her lips with mine. It's powerful, and I'm not the least bit shy, but I can't help myself. My heart is soaring, and there's no chance of holding back now. She's mine.
Chapter 30. Laura. When the king met the owner of the rose-red slipper, they fell in love with one another, and they lived happily ever after, I say, concluding Akos' bedtime story. It's become a ritual in the house, something that I enjoy as much as he does. I used to be a proficient storyteller, using my skill to keep the children at the work camp entertained. We didn't have much, but stories were free. It still reminds me of another time, and other children that needed me. Akos, I suspect, is a bit old for bedtime stories, but he likes the attention, something that he missed out on for all those years that he spent without a mother or father. So he pretends that he needs to hear my stories as much as I need to tell them to someone. He pulls the blanket up to his neck, settling in to sleep, and issues a big yawn. "Good night, Akos," I tell him in a soothing voice. "Good night," he replies with another little yawn. "Oh, Laura." "Yes?" "If you're going to marry Rej'thorek, does that mean we're a real family? Even if you're not my real mom?" "Yes," I assure him. "A family is what you make of it. On Protheka, most of my family was adopted, but I didn't love them any less." He thinks this over for a moment. Then, seeming to be satisfied with my answer, he flops onto his side with a hint of a smile on his face. "Okay. Good night." I shake my head, wanting to laugh at the abrupt dismissal. I guess even 13-year-old demons can only show so much affection. Turning away, I notice Rej'thorek waiting for me in the hallway. I glance over my shoulder at Akos, then hurry out of the room to meet Reg. He gathers me up in his arms, pulling me close, and gives me a deep kiss. "You're very good with him," he praises. "He's lucky to have you." I gaze at Akos's slight form, buried under the blankets. "I'm lucky to have him too," I point out. "He reminds me of—" I trail off, not wanting to say it out loud. But Rej'thorek knows what I was going to say. He pulls me to his chest and sighs. I rest my head against him, sighing too. It never goes away. The stinging reminders of all my mistakes. There's nothing that I can do to change what I've done, nothing that will correct the past or assuage my guilt. I know that I'll have to find a way to make my peace with the situation somehow, but it feels impossible most of the time. At least Rej'thorek is patient and understanding. He recognizes that this is a source of grief and does his best to support me through the pain. Can I really have this happiness after what I did to my friends? Do I deserve it? I survived the arena and the attack from Yadina. Was that the price I had to pay? Am I absolved yet? I don't know. I wish I did, but I don't. I don't have any answers. Cora still won't even speak to me. I can't blame her, but sometimes I think if I could just talk to her one last time, it might help me gain some clarity. I know I likely won't get her to accept my apology. That might be wishful thinking that I can never see realized. It just feels like I need closure. We walked away from each other, and that was the end. I need to know how she's doing. I need to know if she still hates me. I need to know if she's happy. With my head resting against his chest, Rej'thorek runs one hand through my hair. "Is there anything I can do to help?" I shake my head, the same way I always do. Then I pause, looking up at him as a thought strikes. "You know what?" "Yes. I want you to help me see my sister." "What?" "Help me see my sister," I repeat, more insistent this time. The idea is growing on me, and I wonder why I didn't think of it before. You knew the demon that she mated with, the kennel master. I want to see them both one more time. I wait with bated breath, anxious for his response. We both already know that I won't give up until he agrees, but I'd rather not have to convince him, and I nervously hope for an emphatic yes. He stops playing with my hair, instead tracing his hand down the length of my arm. When he reaches my hand, he takes it in his own. Then, lifting my hand to his face, he presses a gentle kiss into the palm of my hand. "I will arrange a meeting," he promises. "Not tonight, but soon." I gaze up at his open, honest face and know that he means it. This is a promise that I can depend on. The breath that I've been holding escapes, and my shoulders relax. I didn't realize just how tense I was. "Tonight," he begins, a smirk on his face. "Tonight I want to make you forget your troubles." He bends down to press a line of kisses down my neck. I close my eyes, sighing a little to myself. Then, Still holding my hand, he tugs me down the hall toward the bedroom.
Chapter 31. Kazeth. The summon rouses me from my studies in the royal library. "Honorable one," comes the deep and grinding voice of a Trollvor. Ever since the raid on Protheka, they've started using a myriad of odd titles to refer to me, as if my service to the crown was optional. The king requests your presence. Of course he does, I think, slapping the tome closed. Now? Now, comes the Trollvor's reply. And that is how I find myself pacing down the main hall of the royal palace, avoiding the glinting red light of the ceiling above. The dark marble that enshrouds us dampens the worst of it, but I still shield my eyes from the magical light. "This way." "I know where the throne room is," I snarl, glancing down at my guard, who is as much a mouthpiece for the king as he is a weapon against me if I disobey his orders. King Asmodeus has rarely ever hidden his intentions. From me, at least. Tonight, I hope it is not my failings that have encouraged this meeting. But when I step into the throne room, the lone seat is empty. I stand opposite it anyhow, keeping my hands clasped behind my back in reverence. A jolt of chaos magic shoots through me when I hear his voice behind me, in a tone I can't defy. "Sosgaroth, it is good of you to join me." I pivot on my heel to find the source. He approaches from a side hall, towering over me by several feet. No matter how many times I speak with him, I can't ignore the wave of terror that follows. It is how he maintains his control over Tilith, no doubt. But I am a Sosgaroth, one of his most valued assets. "My king, it is a pleasure." His chuckle speaks to the contrary, as if he knows the effect he has on every living creature in his presence. "I have a gift for you, Kazeth. One I think you'll enjoy." "A gift? Do I want what he has to offer?" "I am honored," I say anyway, bowing deeply as I hear the shuffle of bare feet against obsidian tiles. When I lift my head again, 20 or so humans gather in the archway, shivering and filthy in their rags, led by several Trollvor with long spears. My confusion mounts when the king signals for them to be brought forth. "You may have one of your choosing. Consider it a reward for your efforts." I look over the sorry lot, disinterest evident on my face, though I don't speak to it. Instead, I gesture to the Trollvor guards who surround the group of humans. I can't see them when they're huddled up like this. They need no more instruction, prodding and shoving the humans until they're in a rough line, weeping and sniveling abound. Most keep their gazes to the floor, but all of them are filthy, covered in grime. Even their hair is matted and tangled, so that I can't tell if they know any color other than a muddy brown. The kennel master would have done better in taking care of them, if his Urgin hounds are any indicator. Leave it to Trollvor to neglect them like this. "Must I ask before I realize I've spoken. King Asmodeus chuckles again. "I had petitioned my fourth son for the task, but he refused, and I'm growing impatient. Guroth is testing my theory, but I need another to ensure that our success is not an anomaly before I give the others to my allies." "Take one at your pleasure, do with her what you will, but make sure that your seed does not go to waste. I want her bred, and made heavy with child as soon as possible. I need results." Outwardly, I am the servant the king expects of me, but internally I am filled with disgust, the flavor clinging to the roof of my mouth as I turn my attention back on the crowd of humans, who are diminutive compared to their looming keepers. None of them express any remarkable traits. Some are taller or plumper, but they all have the same beaten expressions on their faces, as if they understand what it means to be owned by the crown. They're devoid of magic themselves, hardly more cognizant than Binmu that graze in the pastures of Galmaleth. I don't care to waste my time choosing. Without thought, I snatch one from the line. She lets out a little shout, her body shivering under my touch as I drag her to my side. Does she know what is going to happen to her? By the blank look in her wide eyes, I can't imagine she does. She is smaller than the others, with a curving figure and raven hair that veils her soft face. If she weren't so dirty, I might find her features tolerable. It's the most I can hope for. This one, I say, tightening my claws into her flesh until it nearly breaks. I don't want to bring another hungry mouth into my home, but it can't be helped. The king's word is law. I thank you for this gift, my king. I will use her well. The human's trembling grows more pronounced as the others are escorted away, back to whatever hovel they crawled out of. Some are weeping more openly, not bothering to stifle their cries. But the one next to me is silent, blissfully silent. See that you do, the king says, and return to me when you've succeeded. I issue a bow less pronounced than before and turn on my heel, dragging the human along with me. She stumbles over her short legs, biting back a cry. I can't be bothered to care. She is a gift, an item to be filled with my seed until it sticks, nothing more. Leave it to the king to transform a gift into a charge. I storm down the hall towards the exit, desperate for fresh, stormy air. I understood why we breached our anonymity and attacked Protheka, but I thought it would be someone else's problem, not mine. It's this heated irritation that makes me rattle the human in my grip. You'd better not be more trouble than you're worth, understand? Her eyes widen, and I think she's about to speak. But when an unfettered sob escapes her, and tears spill over to chase through the dirt on her cheeks, I can't stop a groan from escaping. Come on! I growl, yanking her along. I can't even be sure she understands me, but her upset is obvious. Would she rather be thrown back in a cell for the Trollvor to neglect, or tossed in the arena like one of her companions? Perhaps I could still go back and tell the king that this one is broken, and get another. I haven't even touched her yet. Why is she crying? And why do I have to pick up the king's trash?
Thank you so much for listening. If you enjoyed this production, please like and subscribe so I can continue to bring you great audiobooks. Now please enjoy this sample of worship.
Chapter 1. Karis. Darkness is only natural in a place like this. I sit at a corner table in the dimly lit tavern, and as more plumes of smoke rise from nearby tables, I lean my head against the cool wall behind me. I've visited this tavern dozens of times. By now, I know every single one of the regulars, and I can guess at each of their conversations. I know the patterns of the people who walk in and out of the place, and I know every one of the barmaids by name. This place isn't anything special, except that it is the easiest place to commit a crime on Rej'thorek. A barmaid comes around, her voluptuous curves swinging. Her movements are graceful, despite the heavy tray in her hand. Would you like another one? I cannot place her accent. It is harsh and low, and her voice is thick and almost hoarse. Not from this part of the planet, I think idly to myself. She could be from anywhere, really. Accents have never been my strong suit, and Rej'thorek is large, sprawling, and unwieldy. New places, people, and accents spring up every day as if organically, as if the planet is a living thing with a mind, a conscience of its own, making fun of us, as if it allows new beings to sprout just for fun, just to trick us, just to make us say, "Hey, you weren't here a second ago." The barmaid stares at me pointedly and clears her throat. I look distractedly down at my glass. Oh yes, of course. I smile at her, and it is a dazzling smile. She smiles back with uncertainty in her eyes, before she gently takes my glass and whisks it away. She returns within seconds with a glass filled with amber liquid. I suppose she has seen me before. I suppose she knows who I am by now. Knows me enough to know the kind of drink I like. I sip my drink slowly and savor the rich, rasping flavor that slides over my tongue. This tavern, this establishment, might be very out of the way and slightly low class, but they do serve a damn good dram. I lean my head back against the wall again, and I sit and observe. It is early evening, and the sun has crept away from the windows. The only light now comes from the haphazard dancing flames of the torches that are attached to the walls. The building that this tavern is in used to be the fortress of an ancient king who lived on Arasak before even the demons came here. People say that stories of that king are only legends now, but I can see it in the way the ancient volcanic rock is secured together. I can see the proof of that old king's existence in the old but sturdy metal bars that keep the torches secured to the walls. I tilt my head then and listen to the dregs of the conversation that float over to me. There is an immense sense of privacy in this place. Maybe it is the constant, thick plumes of smoke that obscure all sight. Maybe it is the sound of the steady splash of alcohol coming from the bar. Maybe it is the low, thrumming thread of music that comes from a music box close by, moving them at dawn, before any of the filth is out. I smile at the words. The people at the table next to me are known smugglers. Their words are tense, and so is their body language. I finish my glass of liquor as I listen to them argue quietly. Clearly, one of their trips around Arasak has gone wrong recently. Not risking it again. Not again. I grow bored quickly by their conversation. It is too simple, too obvious. I glance over at the flames flickering dangerously in the torches. They look like they could spill over at any second. Like they could light this ancient place, this place belonging to a king, on fire and raze it to the ground in moments. That is how I feel right now. If something doesn't happen soon, something interesting, something dangerous, I'm going to light this place on fire. I look over at the other tables and try to find a conversation that looks interesting enough for me to eavesdrop. And I see them then, a gaggle of humans surrounded by several dark elves. The human girls are pretty enough, although they aren't to my taste. Would you like another? Another barmaid has come around. She's very different from the last one. She's confident, assertive, and flirtatious. She's a skinny thing, and her collarbones protrude in a way that is very unattractive. She is also human. I shake my head impatiently at her and turn away. I can almost see her pouting disappointedly, but she recovers soon enough and walks away. There'll be someone else tonight who will take her on, who will give her what she wants. Several of the human girls in the group with the dark elves have split off into couples. I cannot help but feel annoyed because the second that the barmaid spoke to me, something in the tavern changed. The air is tense all around and I can practically see sparks rippling through it. I listen carefully, trying to catch up on what I missed out on. And I hear one word that makes me turn back to the human dark elf couples. Rulers. The conversations in the tavern are the same as they always are when people speak about the rulers. More and more dark elves are falling for human women, and it is disturbing the status quo. It is making them uncomfortable. The rulers do not like change, and they do not like the shift in power as human women gain legitimacy in dark elf society. There are rumors, things only spoken about in the darkness, about a great, long journey if things continue the way they have. Maybe I should have said yes to another drink, I think to myself. I find the whole premise of human women disrupting dark elf society to be ludicrous. I have slept with human women before. I have caused chaos with human women before. They're fun, different, and sometimes quite delightful. But they are just humans. Powerless, weak, and usually very stupid. Most dark elf men aren't looking for intelligent conversation from a woman. All they want is a good, easy lay. I do not see how the rulers could be worried that the humans have any ability to overthrow the current order. My eyes lock onto the human dark elf couple closest to me. He is tall with dark gray skin and long dark hair. She is beautiful, short and well-rounded but lithe. Her bare arms and legs are muscular. She laughs, placing her hand on his arm and caressing his skin. His eyes narrow, looking at her from head to toe with pure desire behind his eyes. Something about that makes my skin crawl. They're nothing but toys for the dark elves. They're pets. A voice comes from somewhere around me, whispering about how humans should be treated in relation to rulers. Indeed, humans are nothing but distractions for us. Some easy entertainment to keep a dark elf's bed warm at night. They're not supposed to be our equals. They're not even supposed to be our long-term partners. They're not worthy of such standing. This whole situation makes my fists clench. I'm tired of hearing this awful conversation about how dark elves and humans are mating. The bar seems a little lackluster, quiet, boring. Mischief crawls through my veins, making my heterochromatic eyes sparkle at the opportunity to have some fun around here. Humans are to blame for this, you know. They're dangerous. They seduce our kin without consequence. Who made them so daring? I agree. Who did such a thing? There should be some ramifications for that. The human women seducing the dark elf men at the corner of the bar should be turned into examples. A reminder to all humans across Arasok of what happens when you overstep your boundaries. Mumbling an incantation under my breath, I focus on a pair of brutish dark elves enjoying their drinks across the tavern. They're dressed in armor, so they're ready for a good fight. A ripple courses through the air, slithering through the tavern until it reaches the pair I'm focused on. A coy smirk appears along my lips, sitting back and watching my creation materialize. Within seconds, they burst out of their seats. The sound of chairs scraping rings out in this tavern. One of them immediately reaches for his sword, but the other launches himself across the table with his arms outstretched, aiming for the other's neck. Screams ring out as dark elves and humans alike try to separate the sparring two. However, that's not enough to stop the mess I've created. Another dark elf gets punched. Enraged, he starts to hit back. He hits two dark elves who are not engaged with the situation. A few rapid-fire punches are all it takes to get them fired up. In return, bottles of liquor are smashed against the tables and used as makeshift weapons. Some bottles are smashed over skulls. Pure chaos takes over this tavern. The human women start to get flung into this mess. One of them tries to separate the fighting dark elves. She's cast off to the side like a scrap of trash. Of course, that does nothing to ease the tension within the tavern. I rest easily in my seat, taking another calm sip from my drink as pandemonium takes over the tavern. It's entertainment to me. Violence, chaos, and calamity are just a part of today's show.